Non ci vediamo.
Noi ci addentiamo
Per piede.
i piedi.
Questa imponenza della... Bene, iniziamo. Buongiorno a tutti presenti in aula e a tutti presenti in collegamento. Fa comunque piacere essere fisicamente in un'aula della nostra università. Abbiamo riavviato tante iniziative di carattere culturale, seminariale, convegnistico e quindi con estremo piacere oggi iniziamo. Buongiorno a tutti presenti in aula e a tutti presenti in collegamento. Fa comunque piacere riprendere essere fisicamente in un'aula della nostra università e a scambiarsi. Abbiamo riavviato idee, buone prassi di carattere culturale, ciò che insomma in questi 2 anni abbiamo comunque avuto modo estremo piacere di far crescere, di sedimentare. Iniziamo. Buongiorno a tutti presenti in aula e a tutti presenti in collegamento. Fa comunque piacere riprendere essere fisicamente in un'aula della nostra università. Prosegue un'attività di ricerca di varie università, come quella di Ferrara, Valencia, Exeter, 2 anni tematiche legate appunto alla traduzione e al genere. Iniziamo. Buongiorno a tutti. A portare avanti con uguale successo anche negli anni a venire. A questo convegno seguirà da mercoledì a venerdì il Translation Fest, quindi con 3 giornate di laboratori di traduzione aperte ai nostri studenti, alle nostre studentesse, al personale tecnico-amministrativo, incentrati in particolare sui temi dell'inclusione in senso ampio. Sono aspetti ai quali teniamo molto come Ateneo. Ho dedicato diversi delegati proprio perché voglio che appaia in maniera chiara l'interesse da un punto di vista anche politico, oltre che appunto socio-culturale, a far crescere queste iniziative. È un convegno interdisciplinare, altro tema al quale tengo molto. Viviamo in un'epoca dove sia da un punto di vista culturale, scientifico, ma anche da un punto di vista economico, avendo un'estrazione di questa natura, non esistono più discipline tendenzialmente monodisciplinari. I campi del sapere sono sempre più estesi e sempre più interrelati e ritengo che, occupandomi di innovazione da tantissimi anni, l'innovazione passi proprio attraverso anche una interpolazione dei nostri saperi, quindi ad una interdisciplinarietà dei nostri ambiti culturali. Quindi abbiamo appunto coinvolte più discipline che arricchiscono il dibattito tra la lingua, le rappresentazioni culturali, gli adattamenti dei media, le pratiche di traduzione e le questioni di genere. Il convegno di oggi ha come tema principale l'agency, la performatività, la capacità di agire nel sociale, nella cultura di traduttori, traduttrici e interpreti. Quindi si parlerà di traduzione e mediazione linguistica come strumento per produrre una trasformazione sociale e culturale, ma anche politica e degli attori di questa trasformazione, chi traduce. Ringrazio quindi tutti i relatori, le relatrici, che sono arrivati anche da diversi paesi europei. Ho avuto il piacere di conoscerne alcuni in questi pochi minuti che hanno preceduto l'avvio di questo convegno e che ci seguono anche a distanza, quindi dalla Spagna, dall'Inghilterra, la Polonia, l'Austria, la Romania, la Turchia, la Croazia, Hong Kong, gli Stati Uniti, il Canada, il Brasile e l'Argentina. Direi che copriamo un ampio spettro, esatto, nostro globo. Ringrazio anche i colleghi, gli studiosi di altri atenei italiani come l'Università di Bologna, Macerata, Bergamo, Calabria, Bari, Padova. Abbiamo spesso occasioni di incontro anche con i rettori di queste università e trovo che sia un bel momento, diciamo, politico e culturale di tanti scambi anche su progettualità che vengono insomma finanziate da questi finanziamenti importanti che stanno, diciamo, arrivando alle nostre università in questo periodo. Auguro quindi a tutti e a tutte un buon inizio di lavori e buon proseguimento.
Buongiorno, è un onore ospitare a Ferrara e qui nell'Aula Magna di Rigo questa quinta edizione di un colloquio così importante, così prestigioso sulla traduzione e sul genere. Colloquio a cui partecipano, come ha appena ricordato la nostra magnifica rettrice, studiose e studiosi da mezzo mondo. Davvero anche solo scorrere l'elenco delle sedi universitarie di provenienza è davvero impressionante. Mi piace sottolineare come questo sia un progetto ispano-italiano, se così posso esprimermi, concepito da due anglisti, ovvero dalla professoressa Eleonora Federici e dal professor José Santaemilia dell'Università de Valencia, che hanno iniziato questi incontri nel 2016. Si unisce quest'anno a Valencia e a Ferrara, si unisce l'Università di Exeter e ringrazio per questo la professoressa Eliana Maestri. Questo contributo di Exeter senza dubbio dà ancora maggiore lustro e risonanza a questa iniziativa. Piccola curiosità, sul quotè strettamente ferrarese nel microcosmo del nostro dipartimento, vedo con piacere riafferrare lo stesso intreccio, perché le organizzatrici ferraresi sono, non a caso, angliste e ispaniste. Viva tutte le contaminazioni! È davvero bello questo intreccio di saperi. Il programma è ricchissimo, come del resto ci si poteva aspettare considerando il tema, ovvero la sostanziale interdisciplinarietà degli approcci che in tante direzioni diverse e complementari muovono dal nucleo dei Translation Studies, disciplina che proprio per sua natura coniuga lo slancio euristico, per così dire, con la concretezza dell'arte della traduzione. Però in questo caso, in questi colloqui, la dilatazione del campo di indagine è veramente estrema, perché c'è una congenita apertura che caratterizza questo progetto, una congenita apertura verso l'attivismo e il femminismo, ovvero in primo piano, e questo lo voglio sottolineare, è posta la dimensione etica del tradurre. Questo è veramente un elemento di estrema significatività. Come in questa edizione in cui è già stato detto, il fulcro è appunto sul ruolo dei traduttori e degli interpreti, non solo come attivisti, ma come agenti del cambiamento sociale, perché traduttori e interpreti possono e soprattutto devono cambiare lo spazio sociale con la loro arte, l'arte della traduzione. Il ruolo etico del traduttore è davvero un aspetto cruciale sul piano scientifico, ma qui metto il cappello di delegato alla didattica, è anche fondamentale per i nostri corsi di studio. E quindi sono contento della partecipazione e il coinvolgimento di tante studentesse e di tanti studenti. Tutti i corsi di studio, come la nostra magistrale in lingue, che vogliono formare traduttori, non possono eludere questo tema, le responsabilità etiche di chi traduce. Non voglio naturalmente sottrarre altro tempo alle conferenze plenarie e alle comunicazioni, quindi do il benvenuto a tutti i relatori, a tutte le relatrici e vi auguro buon lavoro, sapendo che i risultati scientifici di questo incontro saranno di indubbio valore.
Grazie a tutti, devo dire che è un vero piacere essere qua oggi, tornare in aula Drigo è una bellissima sensazione, una bellissima emozione. Porto i saluti del sindaco Alan Fabbri, ribadisco che è stato un vero piacere poter patrocinare questo appuntamento e Ferrara e la sua università sono due realtà che sono complete soltanto quando collaborano e sono unite. Quindi appuntamenti come questi servono anche a dare una dimensione completa, unitaria di questa bellissima realtà ferrarese, di questo esperimento quasi ben riuscito di città universitaria che davvero rende, arricchisce la nostra città sotto il profilo culturale, sotto il profilo della vita, della culturale, della demografia anche, perché i giovani rendono davvero attrattiva e vitale Ferrara proprio grazie al loro contributo, ma penso sia anche molto importante come istituzione dare il nostro apporto e dare il nostro supporto all'università ogni qualvolta organizzi appuntamenti importanti come questo. Quindi in questi giorni avrete occasione di visitare molte sale del nostro comune, avrete occasione di essere nelle nostre sedi e quindi penso che questa collaborazione sia sicuramente un importante punto di partenza e non di arrivo. Quindi confido e spero che anche in futuro l'università si rivolga al comune di Ferrara per ogni sorta di collaborazione e di supporto, perché noi non mancheremo a dare il nostro contributo. Quindi non voglio rubare ulteriore tempo, buon proseguimento e buon lavoro.
Allora, grazie, ringrazio il direttore del dipartimento, la magnifica rettrice e l'assessore che rivedremo stasera perché generosamente ci incontreremo appunto alle ore 17 per la tavola rotonda nella sala delle Arengo. Grazie, a dopo. Chiederei a Roberta Russo e appunto al professor Sant'Emilia, alla mia collega Giulia Giorgi e alla professoressa Maestri magari di venire per introdurre. Chiederei a Roberta Russo appunto che è presidente CUG e quindi è molto importante in un convegno di questa tematica appunto avere la presidente del CUG. I'm talking for anyone who is not Italian that maybe doesn't know what the CUG is. Okay, so it is the area, the office that deals with equal opportunities, and I must thank you actually, the prorector, the vice chancellor of equal opportunities, because she was in the conference, Roberta Russo e Cinzia Mancini, and anyone there, because they really supported our work. So Roberta, please, the floor is yours.
Grazie, benvenute a tutte e a tutti. Come chi mi ha preceduto vi ha informato che io ricopro, seppur da poco tempo, il ruolo di Presidente del Comitato Unico di Garanzia, del quale vi parlerò brevemente tra un pochino. E intanto mi preme riprendere le parole della magnifica rettrice che ha posto l'attenzione su quanto sia importante per il nostro Ateneo il tema dell'inclusione. Il tema dell'inclusione declinato nel senso più ampio di questo termine e con tutte le azioni che è necessario mettere in campo affinché effettivamente questa inclusione possa essere attuata. L'attenzione del nostro Ateneo a queste tematiche la si riscontra nell'immediato non solo, come diceva la rettrice, nella designazione di delegati e nel nostro caso della delegata della professoressa Zappaterra, della quale poco fa vi accennava la professoressa Federici, la professoressa Zappaterra che, ripeto, è la nostra delegata alla diversità, alla parità e all'inclusione, che nello svolgimento delle sue attività viene coadiuvata, direi magistralmente, dall'ufficio coordinamento delle politiche di inclusione, la cui responsabile è la dottoressa Mancini, che ha appena citato sempre la professoressa Federici. Oltre a persone fisiche, quindi, e a uffici, esistono anche 2 organi deputati a mettere in campo e a vigilare su quelle che sono le azioni che dicevo essere necessarie per ottemperare agli obblighi e anche a ciò che ormai sentiamo sempre più forte essere necessario attuare, quindi l'inclusione e quindi il mettere in risalto le diversità affinché da queste si possano trarre degli spunti positivi. Gli organi sono appunto il Comitato Unico di Garanzia che vi dicevo presiedo da qualche mese e che è composto da personale tecnico amministrativo, esclusivamente personale tecnico amministrativo, scelto in egual numero dalle rappresentanze sindacali e dalla amministrazione. La peculiarità del nostro Ateneo risiede nel fatto che a fianco al Comitato Unico di Garanzia c'è il Consiglio di Parità, la cui presidente è la professoressa Federici, e che l'Ateneo ha fortemente voluto che esistesse a fianco al Comitato Unico di Garanzia proprio per poter dar voce a tutta la comunità universitaria. Quindi, come vi dicevo, il Comitato Unico di Garanzia vede la presenza unicamente di personale tecnico-amministrativo. Il Consiglio di Parità, invece, dà voce anche agli studenti e al personale docente. È tradizione che il Consiglio di Parità e il Comitato Unico di Garanzia lavorino di pari passo, è sempre stato così e adesso entrambe ci impegniamo con i nostri colleghi a fare in modo che questo rapporto si solidifichi ulteriormente e soprattutto che apporti dei cambiamenti positivi per tutta la comunità universitaria. Mi sono dilungata, vi chiedo soltanto l'attenzione 2 minuti per dirvi velocemente quali sono le azioni che abbiamo messo in campo e delle quali siamo orgogliosi. Prima di tutto il bilancio di genere, del quale il nostro Ateneo si è dotato da diversi anni, anzi è stato uno dei primi a redarlo e ha contribuito anche con alcuni componenti della CRUI per stilare delle linee guida che potessero essere di supporto agli Atenei che si apprestano ora a redigerlo. Perché il bilancio di genere? Perché il bilancio di genere ci restituisce immediatamente una fotografia di quelle che sono le aree sulle quali è necessario intervenire per colmare quei gap di genere che purtroppo ancora esistono. In soccorso per colmare questi gap arriva sicuramente anche il Gender Equality Plan, che è un documento fortemente voluto dalla comunità europea e che non deve assolutamente restare un documento redatto e messo nell'archivio dell'Ateneo soltanto per dimostrare che si è adempiuto ad un obbligo normativo, ma anzi è necessario portare a termine le azioni positive che si sono declinate in questo documento. Vado a chiudere facendo un breve cenno anche all'attenzione sul linguaggio di genere, che ben si sposa con gli argomenti che vi appresterete a trattare. All'interno del nostro Ateneo è fortemente consigliato un attento uso delle parole. Può sembrare strano, ma se ancora nel 2022 ci troviamo a dover porre l'accento su queste tematiche è perché purtroppo ancora non sono state recepite appieno dalla maggior parte delle persone, per cui attenzione anche nella redazione dei documenti ad utilizzare una corretta declinazione dei vocaboli. Con questo vi auguro una buona giornata e vi chiedo scusa se ho preso parecchio del vostro tempo. Buona giornata.
Grazie. Allora, ringrazio Roberta Russo, con cui stiamo lavorando molto e molto bene. Voglio ricordare che nella giornata del 17 maggio Roberta Russo e la prorettrice hanno presentato l'identità alias all'Università di Ferrara, che che permette agli studenti e alle studentesse che appunto o sono in una transizione transgender o comunque non vogliono essere riconosciuti con il nome che hanno ovviamente avuto alla nascita e che compare nei documenti, ad avere un'identità alias, e credo sia una cosa molto importante, e la ringrazio perché sebbene da pochi mesi è molto molto attiva. E appunto ringrazio veramente tutti perché questo colloquium in realtà è reso possibile grazie a loro, e devo dire alla rettrice, certamente anche al nostro dipartimento, ma insomma l'ufficio inclusione veramente, oltre ad essere qui oggi di persona, ha davvero contribuito, perché appunto l'università crede veramente in queste tematiche. Quindi grazie Roberta anche per essere qua. Okay, I switched to the English so that also non-Italian, of course, speakers can understand me. So first of all, it is a pleasure to welcome you all here, both in present and anyone who is at distance now, who is online. Of course, we kept this double way of for the conference, because when we began to organize it, it was long ago and we were not sure if it was possible to do it all in presence. So thank you to anyone who sent proposal, and there were many. So I'm really happy to say that there was a very big response, unlikely some years ago when we began, okay, to organize this conference. So this is the 5th colloquium on gender and translation, but actually it's more, because I met Professor Sant'Emilia in 2009 and we began to work since then. Today, as it has been said, the colloquium is about agency, it's about performativity, it's about action. And I think it is important to see what feminism is done theoretically and what has been done in practical. And a lot of the work we have done with Professor Sant'Emilia is to map what is happening also in the European context. To talk about European context today is also a bit difficult, taking into account what is happening for political reason or for many other reasons now. So it is difficult, but this is to say that, even if, of course, we are scholars of English, we wanted to go beyond, okay, the English and the Anglo-Saxon, we could say, imperial position or anything, and also on these topics. And we actually found out that there are many scholars that work in this field, and the more we go on, the number is growing. So I think it's very important. And the idea of course, the colloquium changes from, shifts the venue from edition to edition, and periodically wants to offer an insight on any issue connected to translation or interpreting and gender. But here in Ferrara now, in this moment, with Giulia Giorgi, we really wanted to talk about something that goes beyond the academia and to see what's happening outside, if these ideas make any change, if they can transform positively our world. So first of all, I have to thank Professor Sant'Emilia for the competence, willingness, and energy in all these years, and also for being here today, because we have organized conference seminar. We have even published a volume on the results of this research, and we are always going on with our discussion on this issue. So thank you very much for being here. It's the 3rd university you are coming to, so I thank you very much. I am also very happy to see today many colleagues who have joined the colloquium. And I want to thank Professor Stefania Macci of the University of Bergamo for being here today, for being at the round table tonight, because she organized the last conference. Unfortunately, online, we had even to postpone it, but thank you very much, because, we added another university to our research group, and this is what we are hoping to do, to enlarge and widen our group. So I want to thank also Professor Bruna Mancini, who is in the first row this morning, and Professor Anna Barona, that is not here, from the University of Calabria and Bari, because they will be organizing the next colloquium in September 2023. So I'm not saying anything, but again, there are 2 different universities that are adding, and I think it's very important, adding, of course, something to the discussion, and I think it's very important not to change location. And if I can say, probably, then we will also be in Exeter. So I want to thank also, of course, Professor Eliana Maestri, who not only joined us today for this colloquium, but with whom we organized with Giulia Giorgi the Translation Fest last year. And actually she invented the term Translation Fest. So we are, actually it's kind of a brand. And that we did it online because it was not possible to do it otherwise. And this year we are doing it only in present for our students, but also for people that are the staff of the university. So thank you very much, because also to her the colloquium is possible, because of course we don't have to talk about money, but we do. So thank you very much for that. And last but not least, I want to thank you, Giulia Giorgi, for always working with me on this topic, and to thank the young scholars that are here today. So Marta Fabri, Luisa Marino, and Emanuela Mendola, that are part of our scientific and organizing committee, because it is important to talk about anybody, that is in it. So I leave you the floor to Don Jose. No? I'll give you the other one. Wait. Yes, here.
Okay, good morning. You see my voice, how it is, but io parlerò. Buongiorno, buongiorno. Sono molto felice di essere qui oggi. Vorrei ringraziare il lavoro, l'attività, l'appoggio in questa iniziativa della Università di Ferrara, Università di Exeter e del comune di Ferrara anche. Si può dire, per la voce, si può dire che Ferrara e tutti quanti mi hanno rubato la voce. Allora, Ferrara, l'Università di Ferrara sono bellissime, sono molto attive, questo è il più importante di tutto questo. Vorrei anche riaffermare, valorizzare forse l'impegno di tutti noi, di tutte noi, a studiare in maniera critica le diverse possibilità di genere e della traduzione. Tutte e due discipline sono discipline bravissime. Perché? Perché interrogano tutto quello che succede nel mondo, nella nostra vita quotidiana, eccetera, eccetera. Allora, la traduzione, il genere interrogano i nostri atti, interrogano i nostri valori interrogano il nostro comportamento. Allora, perciò sono molto orgoglioso di essere parte di questo progetto che va da anni, e desidero che continui nel futuro. Allora, molte grazie. Per non attaccare l'italiano, la mia presentazione sarà in inglese. Molte grazie.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, everyone. A warm welcome to everyone from the University of Exeter. I'm really proud to be here. This is for me a going back and looking forward at the same time. It's a going back because I'm Italian, and part of me part of my heart is still rooted here. And even if I've been living in the UK for 20 years by now, so it's a long time, yet for me it's quite emotional to come back. So, and it's also like a looking forward, as I said, looking forward to new collaborations and celebrations of translation, of diversity, And as I said, of translation as a form of cross-cultural encounter. We have many people online, internationally. So on many levels, this is going to be a fruitful and beneficial cross-cultural encounter, from a research point of view as well. So thank you again, and I hope you will enjoy this event as much as I will, I'm sure. Thank you.
Ok, buenos días, bienvenidas y bienvenidos. Yo soy Giulia Giorgi, represento la Cátedra de Español de nuestro departamento y para mí es un honor tener a mucha gente aquí y también conectada desde casa, interesada en esos temas. Y en realidad siempre no se dan las gracias al final, ¿no? de los congresos. En realidad quería agradecerle a Eleonora por su amistad y por la colaboración que empezó hace unos años cuando llegó Eleonora aquí y las dos cátedras de inglés y de español empezaron a trabajar juntas para realizar cosas, eventos, iniciativas y bueno, en realidad yo soy una novata, por así decir, en el ámbito de la traducción, pero me gusta cada vez más y también me gusta conocer a investigadores, especialistas de este ámbito y sobre todo que traten elementos, argumentos, temas tan importantes, tan significativos en el mundo, en nuestra realidad. Así que, en primer lugar, agradecerle a Eleonora por su amistad, cariño y por la colaboración que hemos logrado organizar y crear en esos años. Obviamente, a Eliana, que conocí también hace unos años y que, como decía Eleonora, ¿no? Organizó, creó, inventó el Translation Fest y nos ayudó en organizar cada vez cosas mejores, ¿no? Más bonitas. Pepe, José Santemilla, que acabo de conocer y que espero, ¿no? pueda convertirse en una colaboración también en futuro y obviamente gracias a Marta Fabbri, a Luisa Marina, a Manuela Amendola, que nos están ayudando mucho y que, como decía Eleonora, ya ¿no? En el comienzo de su carrera, que espero sea súper larga y que siga ¿no? en los próximos años, se están centrando en temas de gran importancia y de gran interés. Y gracias a todas y a todos aquí en Ferrara y también a los que nos están siguiendo desde casa. Y espero que vaya todo bien y gracias, la verdad.
Okay, so we begin with the first keynote speaker. José Santemilla is full professor of English at the University of Valencia, where he teaches legal translation in the degree in translation and interlinguistic mediation, as well as professional deontology and ethics to research in the MA in creative and humanistic translation. He has organized a number of academic seminars and conferences, starting with the Gender of Translation, the Translation of Gender in 2002, the first seminar on this topic in Spain. Later on followed, among others, the 4th International Gender and Language Association Conference of IGALA in 2006 and 4th edition of the Colloquium on Gender and Translation that we are talking about today. And this is the 5th. So the 5th, not 4, 5. I made a mistake. So he has published extensively on gender, sexuality, and translation. Just to give you a few titles: Género, lenguaje y traducción, Gender, Sex and Translation, The Manipulation of Identities, Women and Translation, Geography, Voices and Identity, co-edited with Luis von Flatov. Recently, Traducir para la Igualdad Sexual, my Spanish Anyway, and new perspective on gender and translation, new voices for translation and dialect with myself, so I'm very proud of it. And it's the result of one of the colloquium, actually. So today is talking about Where Translators Fear to Tread, J.K. Rowling, La Vacante Imprevista, and the dangers of translating sexual swear words. Floor is yours.
Okay. I'll try to speak all the time. If I stop, forgive me, okay? Well, good morning. It's an honor to participate in this important and especially inspiring event, dealing with a variety of aspects connected with translation, gender, sexuality, translators, and activism. Thank you, Eleonora. Thank you, the organizing team of this conference, for inviting me to be here today. It is my pleasure because we are trying, with Eleonora and with the people around us, we are trying to open up this colloquium to new areas, to new people, to incorporate new voices, okay, to this colloquium. You can see on the screen the 4 editions of the Valencia-Napoli colloquium. The name of the colloquium means that at the time Eleonora was working in Napoli, I in Valencia, I continue there, I'm still in Valencia, but we thought the best idea would be to open up, okay, to open up this colloquium to other areas. This initial collaboration, fortunately, we really believe is gathering momentum, is going on, is making progress, whatever that means, because that may mean criticisms, that may mean back and forth, attitudes back and forth, and that's good. While we talk, it's good. When we stop talking, then that's the problem, okay? That's what I believe. So the idea, as Eleonora has presented a few minutes ago, is to expand the initial focus, Valencia and Napoli, because obviously a European context, and not a reductionist context, but a European context. We are speaking from Europe, and that's a reality. And I include the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is part of Europe, whether they want it or not. So it's part of the European diversity, at least, okay, whether they want it or not. Okay, Professor Federici and I have been working, sometimes quite alone, I must say, on delineating kind of a European map of what is translation and gender studies. And we would like this European map to grow, okay, to go beyond the present, let's say, frontiers. Okay, we would like this 5th edition to be the beginning of a real and periodical, as you have mentioned, revision of everything connected with gender, sexuality, and translation. Okay, this presentation today, my presentation today, is part of the activities carried out within a research group at the University of Valencia. A research group which was born there. I am the principal investigator of that research group. We are working on issues related to gender and social sexual inequality. For instance, violence against women, for instance, abortion, homosexuality, basically. The group was born in Valencia, but as you can see, there are collaborators from other universities. Our current research project is called NewsGen, and our main general objective is to study and to analyze the public discourses on gender, sexuality, and sexual inequality in the digital press. We have newspapers from the United States, from the United Kingdom, from Spain, and from Catalonia, in Catalan. So our 4 basic methodological tools are critical discourse analysis. I think that's absolutely essential in this field. We have to be critical. We have to use every single way to try to find the power asymmetries, trying to find the differences between speakers and people referred to, etc., etc. We also use corpus linguistics because we are using huge quantities of text. And obviously, we need the first insights from corpus linguistics to start working on questions related. For instance, recently, we were in Bergamo with a presentation on the way to call violence against women, which in Spanish presents a very specific characteristic. The expression, probably you know, the expression violencia machista. Do you know the meaning of violencia machista? This expression has been growing on and on and on. Unlike what is happening in the United Kingdom, in which this term does not exist. And basically, mostly everything is domestic violence, which in a way hides the structural nature of violence against women. Another important methodological approach or tool is discourse news values analysis. We study newspapers and we study the newsworthiness of these news stories. Okay, what is most relevant for journalists and probably for the audiences? And finally, we are incorporating, at least a couple of members of our group, translation studies. Because let me ask you a general question, just if you want a rhetorical question. What happens if I call the same murder killing a woman? What happens if I call it violence, gender-based violence, or domestic violence, or violencia machista? Is it the same? The murder is the same, but the name is not the same. And the name is so significant in our studies, in the critical studies. So that's why we insist on comparing different countries, different types of publications, etc., etc. Okay. For this presentation, I will try to invite you to a translational journey through a difficult and problematic area, both in translation studies and in the exercise of the translation profession. I'm referring to the translation of sexual terms. Maybe you have thought about it or not, it's okay. But if you have ever translated anything, I don't know whether this is the case here, when you approach sexual language, something happens in here. Something happens. And I'm sure I'll try to show you what I think happens. Okay? So sexual language is present, needless to say, in erotic, pornographic writings. That's obvious, but it's present everywhere. There's a colleague in the Universidad de Alcalá de Henares who says there is a pornification of society. Everything is connected with a series of sexual patterns, so to speak. Okay, for ease of reference, I will be focusing on Rowling's The Casual Vacancy. Has anybody read it? Good. That's good. Don't worry, I'll try to explain a bit about it. Okay, well, the story takes place in an invented town in the West Country, which is Packford. It doesn't exist. but it's in this area, Devon, Cornwall, etc. This area, more or less. The area is a peaceful, a very beauty sort of area with very small villages and all this stuff. The story begins when Barry Fairbrother, who is a local councillor in Backford, dies. Okay, so what happens when a local councillor dies? There is a succession, there is a vacancy. Okay, there is a casual vacancy. That's the legal term, casual vacancy. So the fight for this post begins. Okay, to cut the story short, I don't want to bore with this. There is a clear opposition, perhaps representing the oppositions in English or in British society, between two types of groups, two types of families. One group which might be called the anti-fields. The fields in the story is that run-down area, that's very poor area in need of help from the local administration. Okay, this is the fields. And just a second, and Barry Fairbrother was brought up there in the fields, and obviously he's a strong defender of that rundown area. But obviously there are families who are anti-fields, such as the Mollisons, as you can see, very rich, very well-educated family, etc., with no single social concern at all. So this is one type of families. And the other type of families are those pro-fields. Curiously enough, it's a family of Pakistani origin. Okay, the Jawandas, Bikram and Parminder, they have social concerns. They want to change the situation. They are part of the local council as well, etc., etc., etc. Okay. The family on which the story is based is the Whedons, a very, very poor family. It's a poor family because Terry, the mother, is a heroin addict, and occasionally she's a prostitute. She exercises prostitution. Her daughter, Crystal, is a lovely character, certainly, is a lovely character, is the only one trying to keep the family together, trying to do something about that terrible situation in which they live. And finally, there's a 3-year-old who is there, and is the only reason, in fact, throughout the story, is the only reason why Crystal doesn't commit suicide, okay? Because otherwise, she would have done that, okay? So, probably the most puzzling thing about this story is, well, you know J.K. Rowling, the pen name for Joanna Rowling. She wrote and probably was a bit fed up, probably with Harry Potter. So with this Potterland, as it's called, with this Potterland, she was a bit fed up probably. And she said, I want to liberate my language. And in fact, she did. And in fact, she did. Look at this. This is the liberal use of sexual terms and swear words. More than 200 fucks, fucking, etc., etc., all the morphological variants. 20-something bitch, breast, pleasure, bastard, sex, bra, pregnant, etc., etc., etc. You may find occasionally a page on which there are 12 or 13 sexual terms. Shall we translate these? I guess so. How shall we do it? That's another story, okay? That's another story. Well, I will read you some reviews very, very quickly, don't worry. For one of the reviewers, Harry Potter himself, I'm quoting, Harry Potter himself would be shocked at the liberal use of the F word. You understand what that means? The F words, the determination to be bad, to have unprotected sex, to take drugs, and to loathe their parents in the loveless suburban landscape the author depicts. Obviously, Rowling did not do these things for Harry Potter, okay, at all. So people are really shocked. Reviewers are really shocked about the use of sexual language. For another reviewer, it seems as if J.K. Rowling has unleashed all the swearing, sex, and vitriol that have been off limits to her since Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was published in 1997. So she had to do something else. She had, and in fact, she has done something else. In fact, Rowling uses sometimes very, very intensely, as I mentioned, terms to refer to sexual acts, parts of the body, with a mostly, I suppose you are aware of it, with a mostly non-sexual objective. Because you can see here a lot of sexual terms or sex-related terms, but the object is not sexual, okay? As you very well know, what she does is to underline the harshness, the difficult time some families are experiencing in this invented village of Packford. Perhaps it is a way, well, apart from getting rid of the Potterland label, it is a way of reading, or sending rather, a tough, cruel message about today's British society. You know, she has voiced some social, political concern about everything, in fact, about everything in England and elsewhere. The most obvious example, get back for a second, the most obvious example of a person who is swearing all the time is Crystal, the daughter, probably expressing his disquiet, his agony at living in this society. Obviously, is a lovely, kind-hearted, but foul-mouthed character in the story. And probably some of the examples will come from her. Okay. I mentioned this. Look at this in Italian. I had a look at Italian. I suppose you've read the Harry Potters, probably. The last books of the Harry Potter saga were translated by Beatrice Masini. But there's been something very curious in Italian. I didn't know. I discovered for this presentation that since, I think it's 2014, there's been a revision of the Italian language. Apparently, I haven't read, sorry, but you may help me, maybe. Apparently, the translation was not that good. Apparently, I don't know. So there's been a revision, obviously not including Beatrice Masini, Stefano Bartezzaghi. And another curious thing, for me at least, is that other books by Rowling have not been translated by either one or the other. For instance, this one, Il Seggio Vacante, has been translated by Silvia Piraccini. So that made me think about it, because if you look at the Spanish situation, I understand it's very difficult. It's an enormous responsibility to translate Harry Potter for the world. Absolutely. Probably it's very rewarding economically, etc., etc. But it must be difficult, because if you remember, the Harry Potters first appeared in English and then appeared in different languages, and the translators had to sign an agreement of confidentiality. In some cases, they were locked up in a hotel or somewhere, and they were given, for instance, in the case of Spanish, 6 weeks They were given 6 weeks. Obviously, you cannot disclose anything to any member of your family or friends. You cannot talk about it, otherwise you can face a penalty, you can face court actions, etc., etc. So, but this is, I guess, this is the more rational thing. Gemma Rovira, who is a very good translator, I think, translated, I think, the last 3 or 4 books of Harry Potter, and then has translated everything since. You know, Rowling has written quite a few things under the pseudonym, is it Robert Galbraith, I think, a series of crime stories. Have you ever heard of them? So she has published a series, and all of them have been translated as well by Gemma Rovira. So the Italian case, probably or not, deserves some you know, some revision, some study, some insights, etc., etc. Okay, just a second. What happens? Imagine, just imagine, you receive this commission. You have to translate Rowling. You have to translate Il Seggio Vacante. You have to produce Il Seggio Vacante. Obviously, one of the first things is to secure a contract. I know this may be difficult, but in 1976, as you probably know, the Nairobi Conference published a recommendation on the legal protection of translators and translations and the practical means to improve the status of translators. This is probably one of our tasks at university. Not only do translations, not only promote translations, but also promote translators, which is a problem. I don't know here, but in Spain, there's no, let's say, there's no professional college of translators. There are associations. That means that intruders may come from anywhere. So we are not, you are not, I'm afraid, you are not the only ones, let's say, who could or who can translate things. Anyone can translate, and that's a big problem for the future. I know, I suppose you are aware of that. I insist very, very much in my classes. Please defend your rights, please. But I don't know, we are working against the environment, okay? We are working against. So in this 1976 Nairobi conference, UNESCO Nairobi conference, one of the, well, there were some measures to ensure the application in practice of protection afforded translators under international conventions and international laws regarding copyright. One of the things this recommendation says is, it is desirable that a written agreement be concluded between a translator and the user. That's very good. The reality is, let me wonder about reality. Is that okay? Is that complied with 100% of times? I don't know in Italy, sorry, but in Spain, as you can see, one of the latest, I think the last, in fact, the last report on the economic value of editorial translation says that 28% of editorial translators, or literary translators, if you want, do not have a contract, which is a lot. 28% do not have a contract. Even today, 2017, the information is for 2017. So one of the things is obviously to recommend that, please try to secure a contract, try to insist on getting a contract. Obviously, who gets a contract for Harry Potter? Who gets a contract for any other thing published by Rowling? It's difficult to say, because in some cases, even good translators, even expert translators, even very well recognized translators cannot choose. They are simply given, because they are part of the agenda of a publisher. So you have to do this because I say that. That's the reason probably that in the Italian case, and even in the Spanish at the beginning, in the Italian case, there have been different translators, okay? Different translators. You have to do that. I'm not happy. Let me change translator because it's on my agenda. In the long run, perhaps in the long run, and you know probably the story, and in Italian is exactly the same. In the long run, certain authors are closely associated with certain translators. Everybody probably remembers here the case of Günter Grass. Günter Grass convened all his translators in his house in Germany and invited them to some steaks and all that. And obviously, he was very intelligent. He was very intelligent because he waited for the questions from the translators because he wanted to be well translated into Spanish, into Italian, into Japanese, into French, into any language, okay? He was very happy. He had the translators in his house 3 or 4 days. And then, obviously, the translators tried to solve their doubts about these texts you have just published. And not only that, he insisted, in the case of Spanish, that a specific translator was his translator. I want this translator only and not others. Okay, I don't know whether this happens here as well in Italian. Probably. That depends very much on the writer being conscious of the fact that his work or her work will be translated and he or she wants it to be well translated. Okay, now you have this commission. You are very happy, apparently. You will make a lot of money because it's Rowling. One thing you have to do is obviously getting ready for it. You have to get ready for it. Well, this is a quotation from Mayoral, Roberto Mayoral. I think he's retired right now. The work of translation is above all a problem of documentation. Why did I copy this? Because I see my students and the very first minute they come to class, they want to start to translate. They say, hey, stop. Do you know some English, perhaps? Do you know some Italian? Do you know some other languages? And probably they do, but in some cases they don't. So probably what we do mostly when translating, and I think you will agree, but if you disagree, tell me, please. But an important part of your work is documenting what you're going to translate. I remember I met Elena Lozano in Trieste. She was the translator of, obviously, Umberto Eco. And she told me, no. Before even starting, I go to the, I don't know, in Madrid, the National Library, because I have to read everything connected with, I don't know, the medieval period, with lots and lots and lots of specific types of knowledge that obviously Umberto Eco conveyed in his books. Not only Umberto Eco, all authors do research. Okay, all authors do research to start working and to start writing. Okay, so one of the most important things you have to do, Rowling translators, is document and know about England, know about the West Country and what happens in small rural villages and how politics, small local politics works, etc. It's not that easy. And also, I will talk about it, sexual language. Sexual language is not to be dealt with lightly, okay? There's lots of stuff. You have to have an attitude. This quotation from Timochko, I think it adds something else. It's not only knowledge. It's not only lexis. It's also beliefs, values, ideas, and ideals, which is very difficult to grasp, perhaps. It's very difficult. Are perhaps, Timochko says, the most difficult aspects of culture to represent and to translate. And I completely agree with this. Obviously, you have to check things with the encyclopedia, that's good. But another thing is to try to sense, try to smell, try to get experiences from, in this case, from this area. When dealing, let me stop here a second. When dealing with sexual language, we may wonder, are there ethical guidelines about that? Before that, probably what we recommend our students is, okay, you have to choose a method. Either you pick up the old-fashioned, probably Newmark classification, word for word, literal, faithful, semantic, or if you pick up, I don't know whether you've read Amparo Hurtado. Amparo Hurtado is a well-reputed scholar, and she simplifies a bit. But basically, it's not the same a philological translation or a communicative translation, okay? Or it's not the same as a free translation or word for word translation. So we have to decide on that, okay? We have to decide on, and that's probably one of the basic flaws, or of all the sagas practically, unless it is the very same person carrying out all the translations. Okay, I'm sure if you study the Harry Potter thing, the Harry Potter saga in Italian, in Spanish, in Catalan, in French, you will discover flaws, ups and downs, especially inconsistencies in these translations. So obviously, one of the first things you have to do, whether you want it or not, and maybe you do it automatically, which is the case with experienced translators, you have to adopt a method, an overall method, okay, to do this translation. I was wondering about, are there any sort of ethical guidelines when dealing with sex, when dealing with body parts, with sexual acts, with swear words, with identities? I have tried to revise the ethical codes, and they say nothing about that. They say nothing. They say things like, well, not accepting work in humiliating conditions, asserting the right to legal protection and economic retribution, asserting the right to professional association and defense of their rights, and so on and on. But there's nothing so specific as to sexual language, which is, I'm pretty sure you agree with me, a very, very sensitive area, very, very sensitive, because there are curious reactions from readers. There are very strong reactions sometimes. Nothing specifically then connected with sexual language or obscene or pornographic or injurious or insulting sort of language. Let me see. Satya Rao in 2008, when he studied the translation for adult websites, wonders, why not envision an erotic turn that would influence the direction of translation in a whole, much like the previous political and ethical turns? He's defending an erotic turn, and he says that the lack of knowledge on the part of the translator of the values operating in the target language culture, particularly with regard, is a problem. Secondly, the translator's own prejudices towards sexuality in general and towards its language in particular, as well as those imposed by his own culture of origin. That means when we approach, when we attempt sexual language, we are not completely free. Do you agree with me? We are not completely free. We have to pay attention, maybe the lack of knowledge. Maybe I don't know enough about, I don't know, body acts, body actions, reactions, men's or women's reactions, but maybe I have a prejudice, or you have a prejudice against, I don't know how many, 300, 400 sexual terms in this book. You say, that's too much for me. That's too much. I don't want to go through this. Or maybe those imposed by his own culture of origin is not the same, one translator or another, simply looking at his or her origin. So when we get there, we are not free. We have certain prejudices, as everyone, all of us have prejudices, but we have to state them, okay? Okay, obviously, in this field, it is necessary to mention the contribution of feminist translation studies, because it, in a rather general way, perhaps, I think we've talked about this, about the gap between theory and practice. In a very general way, feminist translation studies suggest, recommend a certain way for approaching texts which deal with gender, sexuality, identities, etc., etc. Obviously, they advocate a feminist, which seems, as Professor Federici said, a dirty word for some people, but I think it should be used in the open and mentioned in the open, because it's probably the best option we have. It's probably to adopt a feminist, a woman-identified translation practice. This is one of the recommendations. Well, I'm going to summarize very much because I'm sure you know a lot from Eleonora and from other colleagues. Obviously, feminist translation studies consider translation as production and not just reproduction. They consider it as co-creation. I am creating something, not just repeating whatever somebody else said. The feminist translation studies want to erode the importance, the authority of the original above the translation. Why don't put them side by side? Because both are creative efforts. Everybody knows the concept by Levin, subversive translation. Feminism, I am quoting from her, disturbs the patriarchal scheme of things. Our infidelity is to the code of silence imposed on women since prehistorical times, and to the way the story traditionally is told. In speaking out, feminism have moved beyond a woman's place and have made our alien's language heard for the first time. Like writing in the feminine, feminist translation corroborates in this subversion by crashing the language line and voicing what was muted. So it's a whole politics of changing, we could say hierarchies, of changing what is subordinated, what is up and what is down, okay? This is what basically is doing. Simon says a disruption of hierarchies, changing hierarchies. And no, it's not. I thought I had this quote here, but let me rewind. It's a quote by Timochko, 2007, and it adds to this the idea of the openness of meanings. The openness of meaning is consistent with the openness of translation as a cluster concept, and realizing this plenitude in translation is empowering for the translator. Contemporary theories of meaning legitimate translation by acknowledging that shift of meaning, multiple interpretations, and constructivist intervention by translators are not only inevitable, but ultimately desirable. Can any one of us believe that a text can be translated transparently into another language? Absolutely impossible. Umberto Eco has a fantastic title for a book, translating is saying almost the same, but never the same. If you want to say the same, remain in your language, remain and forget translation. And I guess we don't want people like this, attitudes like this. I mean, if you engage in translation, you want to move somewhere, perhaps for better, perhaps for worse, but we want to move. We want to stay. We don't want to stay here without moving. This is what usually happens. That's another story. What usually happens with monolingual societies. Needless to say, the Anglo-Saxon world. English, everyone will come to English. That's awful, but especially for you as well, especially for you, because trying to learn, trying to speak other languages is opening up to the world. And I think that's the most fascinating and the most fantastic things we can do. So I think this idea of openness of meaning, although not specifically deemed by Timochko as feminist, I think is clearly a feminist attitude. Okay, opening the meaning. There's always questions with translations. I mean, have you read anything by Marian Keyes? I mean, one of the most famous chick lit writers, Irish chick lit writers. So I discovered, I don't know why, by chance, a few years ago, that in the Spanish translation, suddenly 1,000 words had disappeared. So why is that so? And the thing, apparently, because obviously the translator gives no reason for that, apparently was that it was a disrespectful representation of how masses are celebrated in the United States and in Ireland. That's my only explanation. I published it a few years ago, but suddenly 1,000 words disappear from a translation. Obviously, they were in the original and they are not in the translation. Okay, when translating, because now you have made your documentation work, you're getting ready for your Rowling book, and then I would ask myself a series of questions. For instance, is it neutral or innocent to translate sexuality one way or another? There's no need for you to tell me the answers, but you may think about it. I mean, do you have any prejudice or any prejudices against the people depicted, the actions shown, the very idea of sexuality in a text, etc., etc.? Because if that's the case, you have a problem. If that's the case, you have a problem. Do you feel uncomfortable when translating sexuality? And I remember now a colleague from a university in Spain who says, she's a translator, but she says, no, but I don't want to translate these dirty things. I say, okay, good. I understand what you mean. That's what I mean. That it's nothing to be ashamed of, but it's a reality. It's a reality. If you are entrusted with this translation and you have a prejudice against, in this case, sexuality, you have a problem. You have a translatological problem, okay? Nothing else, okay? Nothing else, but you have to acknowledge that. You have to be aware of that. You translators, you Rowling translators, can eliminate things. Can you avoid repetitions? For instance, when there are 3 facts all in a string, probably Latin languages, Romance languages like ours suffer a lot. Oh my God! Another time. Apparently, English doesn't. English has no problem. When I translate legal text, in English there's constant repetition. Spanish suffers because, oh, let's change. And I tell my students, no, it says 24 times this word, you repeat 24 times this word. But in creative language seems even worse, okay? 4 or 5 fucks together, it's too much. Let's leave one. Can we do that? Well, the decision is up to you in every single case. Are you thinking about your readership? Are you thinking, well, who's going to read your translation? Or probably you don't have that idea, and you wait for the check, for the bank check at the end of your work. But I mean, these things, little by little, with a certain turn towards visibility, with these certain turns towards visibility, probably more and more translators accept some sort of recognition, okay, some sort of recognition. Do you think about the fact who or what do I translate for? Is it for me? Is it for my dad? Is it for my mom? Is it for my neighbors? Is it for the academia? Is it for the future? Is it for posterity? I don't know. I don't know. And all these answers can be in this very room at this moment. No, I translate because I want. I translate because my father asked me, because my mother, etc., etc. So, but I think it's interesting to think about that sort of question. Obviously, when you are translating, there's a series of routines. Okay, what are your usual routines? What are your procedures, your habits? I remember there was a BA dissertation by a student a few years ago, and she documented the work of a translator, a living translator, a woman translator, and she did something curious. I was not aware at the time that this possibility exists. She translated for a publisher, and she got the commissions she wanted or she didn't want, but she had to. And what she did, she got up quite early, 7 in the morning or something like this. And then at 3, she stopped and forgot about translation until the next day. One typical picture of translators is 25 hours a day working on the translation. You'd better not. You'd better not. So obviously, you have to accommodate your translating activity to your routines. And that person, what she did was, okay, in the afternoon, I go to the gym and I go walking out with my friends. Perfect, no problem. But we have to be aware of that. Remember, this is part of this turn, which is called the translator studies, Chesterman and all the stuff, I suppose. Are you students of translation? Yeah, so you know very well this turn, paying attention not to the product, but to the person. Obviously, behind any translation, there's a person. Okay, the number of hours, how many hours are you thinking of? Well, in the case of Rowling, I think you have a problem. You will be given 6 weeks, 8 weeks, so you have to translate non-stop. To translate absolutely non-stop. Is there a deadline? Usually there is. Okay, usually there is. Are there any pressures? Are there any pressures? And I suppose you understand what I mean. Is the publisher telling you how you should treat something, whether sexual language, whether the names of the politicians, whether the social situation? I don't care. But that, as you know, exists. Okay, there are publishers who give you their guidelines. This is what you have to do, and please don't be too disrespectful with the church or with the politicians or with the whatever. Okay. Is there revision? Do you revise your translation? Do you revise it yourself, or do you ask? Which is maybe sensible. Do you ask a friend, a colleague, a person working in parallel with you or something like that to revise it for you, or to revise it together, maybe? I mean, these are interesting things as well. What is the author-translator relationship? In this case, no problem, no relationship. Okay, with Rowling, no relation. But maybe with other translators, probably one of the most satisfying things is to become friends, is to write to each other, is to check if you have any doubt, any problem. I don't know whether you have experienced this, but that's very satisfying. Okay, when you know the person you are translating, I think that's very good. That adds another personal dimension to the whole thing, to the whole technical thing, because that's a job, but that adds something. Okay, well, and talking about this collaboration, you know, feminist translation studies specifically, well, I think it was Cabrera Infante, yeah, who talked about the close elaboration. Okay, the close elaboration with Jill Levine and with other translators. That's a possibility. What has been happening, if you revise it, is that it's basically women collaborating. Okay, it's basically women collaborating. Obviously, all of us understand that we are in a period in which we have to recover certain equality. Okay, women haven't had access to culture, to translation, to publication for a very, very, very long time. And so that's pretty obvious. They talk about symbolic mothers as well. They talk about symbolic mothers. I mean, that figure, that woman figure, I want to emulate, I want to follow, I want to come together with, etc. That's not so normal with or between men. That's not, because probably it was assumed that men are the translators, that men do the things, that men know everything, etc., etc., etc. But I think the idea of collaboration is well worth exploring on an individual case, okay? Always on an individual case. Okay, you have translated your Rowling thing, and then I am paying attention to sexual language. I would say there are two basic options. You eliminate or you keep. You eliminate or you maintain. As you can see, each decision has its historical connotations. Elimination of reference. Well, this may lead us to talk about censorship versus self-censorship. We'll talk about it in a minute. And we may choose to maintain the sexual reference. And if we maintain the sexual reference, there may be three big possibilities. There may be more, of course, but there may be three big possibilities. What we may call the softening or the downtoning hypothesis. Okay, this word is too strong. Let me downtone it a bit. Okay, or the opposite, the vulgarization hypothesis presented by Professor Valdeón. That means let's increment, let's emphasize the sexual nature of the text in the translation. And then, I don't know how to measure that, and then we could call roughly of equal strength. I repeat, that's very difficult to measure. It's very, very difficult to measure. Let's see a few examples. For example, I have copied the Italian translation for you to help me a bit to understand, okay, to figure it out. Okay, when there's an elimination, Kobe had a fucking fit, at least in Spanish. I mean, a Kubi le dio un ataque. Is that well or badly translated? In the first place, I would not make that question. Everything is translated or is not translated. The translator has felt reasonable to eliminate that fucking, because probably that was the fifth or the sixth one, probably. In any case, who is in a position to judge the context we are translating? It is a translator. And I would say he or she is the best. He or she is in the best position. I don't remember who, Borges maybe, or another author like this, said that the translator is the best reader of a work. Is the best, it's not Borges, but I don't remember which one. But I agree with that assertion. A translator is the best reader, because what you have to do first is read very, very well, experience, know that author, know that book, okay? So, as you can see in Italian, there's something. Could this be equivalent? In the sense, you move like this. As you can see, with sexual language, if we had a focus group, there would be enormous disagreements. I think that's okay, but I'm not sure, etc. But certainly in Spanish has disappeared. Okay? That's clearly an omission. Okay, and I would say I'm not blaming the translator. I trust the translators in general. I trust the translators, and I'm sure this person has gone through all these well, doubts and attitudes, etc. Okay, let's see when the sexual reference is maintained, downtoning it. He ain't your fucking boy. No es tu niño capullo. Well, it's difficult to judge, but apparently is a bit less strong than the English one. Sorry, my Italian, col cazzo che è il tuo bimbo. Is it similar to the original? I see you're not sure. You're not sure. That's good. That's good, because this is very difficult to translate. These kind of things are not that easy at all. And anyway, you make your decision, I make my decision, and that's it. Okay, and that's it. Maintenance, keeping, sort of, equal strength. Ain't fucking use, you ain't got no proof. No me he chutado, joder, no tienes ninguna prueba. More or less, the strength is approximately the same. The terms are not the same. And remember, there's a danger here. There's a danger here which has been mentioned by some researchers, in the sense that some translators seem to apply systematically an equivalent for certain words. And you cannot do that with swear words, because swear words change with the context. So fucking maybe in this context means or represents or has a certain strength, and in another context has a very different strength. So, I mean, this exploration, because obviously fucking, the obvious translation into Spanish is jodido, fotuto. That's the obvious. But if you repeat that, in the end, we are doing with a bad translation, because it's repetitive all the times the same, and that's not good. That makes no good to the translation. Non mi ero bucata cazzo, lei non cazzo di prova per. È lo stesso? Sì? Okay. And a hypothesis which has been proposed lately by Professor Baldeón from the Universidad de Oviedo, and he says something like, okay, I've noticed that especially in American and Anglo-Saxon audiovisual products, what is happening in Spanish, this hypothesis for Spanish only, what is happening in Spanish is that there is a vulgarization. So it's stronger than the original. It's stronger than the original. Well, that's fucking it then, isn't it? Bueno, pues ya sabemos de dónde viene esta mierda, joder. Certainly, I can't see where it comes from. The freedom of the translator, yes, the freedom of the translator, but certainly it's gone probably too far, academically speaking, if we study it critically, etc. I mean, that's a complete, I don't know, liberty she has allowed herself, okay, to do that. And I repeat, I'm not criticizing. I didn't do this translation, so I don't know. Probably she was so fed up with I don't know what that she produced that fantastic translation in any case. But I think it's a bit, it's a vulgarization. Okay? It's a vulgarization. And look at Italian. Direi che è tutto chiaro. E basta. E basta. Va bene. I'm not criticizing this either, because in the translation, within the translation, the translator said, basta, that's enough. Okay, I'm not going to reproduce one more. And then in that sense, it makes sense. Because obviously, when you are translating, especially such a sensitive thing as sexual language, you are, in a way, whether you acknowledge it or not, in a way you're thinking about the reader and what will my neighbor say when he or she reads, etc., etc. How about time? Five? Okay, I'll go. Okay. This was a very general presentation of what you have done. Okay, sometimes you keep the translation, the term, sometimes you skip it, etc. What happens after translating? Who is going to read this thing? Do you think about it? Do you translators think about it? Well, probably. Another more serious question. Do you read it yourself? I mean, do you read your own translations? If you're, is anybody translating in this room? Do you read your translations? Yes. When? 6 months later, 1 year later, when you can. Okay. That's dangerous, isn't it? That's dangerous. Because then you have second thoughts. You say, oh my God, how did I translate this? My God, what was I thinking about? Okay, I don't know. Okay, so that's a problem. I met some translators who say, no, I never reread. There is a very famous example in Spanish, at least. The Catcher in the Rye. The Catcher in the Rye was translated by Carmen Criado in 1976. Franco, that fantastic dictator, was dead at the time. So there was no official censorship, although there was. So, because we talked with Carmen Criado, and she said, well, you had to do it because she eliminated 90% of all the swear words. 90% only. And we asked her, why? Because at the time you had to be careful, but the monster was dead. So, but the machinery was still going on. The machinery of censorship was still going on. So she eliminated 90%. Okay. So what she did in an anniversary edition of I think Alianza Editorial, the book was republished, and then she restored the swear words into Spanish, 90%, not all, but lots of them. So I think this move is not a usual thing. First and foremost, because translators do not reread usually, at least in my experience. If you read it, that's fine. Because if you read it, what do you do then? You change the text for the publisher? Okay. Would you like to have your name attached to a translation? On the cover, on the back cover, on the inside, several times? Okay. Miguel Sáenz, who is supposed to be the best living Spanish translator, that's a story, says, okay, la traducción literaria sigue estando pésimamente pagada. Un traductor no necesita reconocimiento, sino que le remuneren bien. We don't need being recognized on the cover. We need money. We need to be well paid. Okay. Consequences of translation, and I'll be cutting down as soon as possible. Who is aware of this translation? Not only who reads that translation, probably lots of people will read your Rowling translation, but who is aware there is a translator in the first place? I think outside this room, very, very few people, because I guess when you go to a bookshop, you look at the name of the translator, but you and we here may be the only ones. doing this. Normal people, common people, average people don't do that, okay? Are not aware. Who knows the name of it? You ask somebody, can you tell me the name of a translator into Italian? No way, no way. Do you care about your name? Don't answer me, but you think about it. Okay, the reactions to the translation, I'll be probably stopping here and moving to the end. Obviously, I was going to talk about censorship and self-censorship, the very thin line sometimes separating one from the other. Okay, obviously, Mussolini, Franco, Hitler, that was clearly official censorship. But what happens with today? Are there still self-censorship? Obviously, there are. And you set your own limits. I was talking about prejudices. I was talking about authors I like or dislike. All these things are adding up and constituting your own self-censorship kind of thing. And especially because you want to produce a translation which is acceptable. Acceptable by whom? First by the publisher, the one who pays you, and then by the public probably. And then you are sort of aware of the audience. So, well, you know, in the United States is the country of freedom, yes, but with banned books, etc., etc. The reference to the Sex and the City was Italy, was Delia Chiaro studied this, and she said that Italian public television gives strong recommendations to eliminate sexual language, swear words, etc., etc. Well, and how about when you go to a big department store? Isn't that censorship? Offering you these books and not others. I want these TV people selling their books and the rest forget. Okay, so all of this is what we can call censorship. Okay, final. The translation of sexuality. Well, I will just have a look at this. Obviously, sexual language doesn't live in the void. It's specific to certain historical, political, ideological circumstances and periods, etc., etc. It is, I would say, apart from this, the word, I don't know, fuck, or the word cazzo, or the word, any other word, is not the same depending on the political area, on the historical circumstances, etc., etc. On the type of book, for which type of publication, etc., etc. An academic book, it's okay, but a best-selling book is another story. Okay, so it's an area, I would say, of personal struggle, because you struggle with yourself. How shall I convey this? Shall I eliminate 50%, 80%, 70%, and then try to forget? Or no, I want every single swear word to be faithfully reproduced. Okay, obviously it's a question of grammatical and lexical accuracy, but I would say this is less important than the previous thing. It's my way of taking this in. Okay, there are aesthetic, cultural, pragmatic considerations. I'm not gonna insist on that. There is something very important, which is your personal attitude towards human sexuality, human or non-human, depending on the text. And what it does, I've studied a few authors and texts. What it does is that it reveals your sexual morality. I mean, you are in the open anyway. When you translate something in a certain way, you are in the open. Whenever, if a person, an analyst, a researcher reads you, he or she knows where you are in terms of sexual behavior, or sexual morality. Well, there's manipulation. There's manipulation in everything, isn't there? So obviously there's manipulation, but let's not be that negative towards the term manipulation. Obviously, we all manipulate in our daily life, in our translations, etc. So let's not fear the word. Okay, obviously we manipulate and we have to be aware of that. Obviously there are dominant poetological, ideological currents which are so important and which modify your way of presenting the translation. And there was another interesting idea is that when translating, you should establish your place of annunciation. I mean, you cannot play hide and seek. You have to say, no, I am here, and this is my position, and this is my attitude. That's what I recommend to, I don't know, the people who do dissertations and all that. No. You don't have to hide your position. You have to leave it in the open and say it clearly, okay? And I think, Alexander Pope said, "Full rush in where angels fear to tread." I think sexuality is a territory that all of us fear to tread. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, forgive me my wordplay, but you gave us a hot topic to begin with. Very hot. Yes, I mean, I don't want to take too much time, but I think it was a very, very good beginning of our discussion because it is true that this is a very controversial topic. Now, when you talk about how to translate swear words or sexual matter, explicit sexual matter in any language, you go across and against, cultural values, as you said, personal values, the idea of being professional, and the Italian example demonstrated very well. Okay, very neutral, because anytime I see with my student in class, when you try to translate, not even so much explicit matter, even less, but they don't translate them. So this tells us a lot. No, they always make it more formal. Yes, so this was quite clear. And also you also make us think about, one of the topic of our conference, that is what happens with the work of the translator. So who reads the work? Does the translator take into consideration the possible readers or not? Thinking about which kind of text. With K. Rowling is different, because you expect something like Potter, and then you find something very different. As you said, with Potter, of course, it was a global phenomenon. And in Italy, the first Italian translation was very much criticized because of the translation of names and terms. And Bartezzaghi is a semiotician and is a puzzle maker. Is one of the main puzzle makers. So I think this made a difference. How you choose to translate the wordplay, the name that are connected, to something very specific. So I did, and I don't remember with the translator of this last one, but surely, I mean, the reader doesn't expect this kind of text. I don't know the text. Now I'm going to read it because now I'm interested, but, and also I wonder what happens, with the marketing strategies. Now you have to present something by Rowling and it's totally different. So what does the publisher, do and intend to offer, for example, to the Italian readership, because it's a totally different kind of work. So, and this is connected to your profession as a translator. It depends if you are free to choose, if there is an editing in the publishing house, so that, they tell you should change that, you should not do that. So this is not only probably the choice of the single translator, but something wider in this case, because we are talking about a global author that sells a lot. So this is the other issue. And another thing that, one of the many things that you underline is about how in different contexts translators are treated. I mean, how you paid, how much are there, conventional rules to be paid, and literary translator, we know, are paid very little. I mean, we know that compared to other translators. And I think that it also makes a difference if you are one of the very few well-known literary translator. In Italy, there are very few, 4 or 5. No, the other probably, no, they are not known. The name probably, yeah, is there, but nobody knows about. I mean, they are well known for us. And I don't know, for us dealing with translation, I don't know if this is happening in Spain, but very interesting, in Italy, translator now, the famous one, publish their own books about their own translation, you know, their role as translator. So in this, I think is quite interesting, but I don't know how many readers, of course, read this kind of book. I mean, I don't want to take too much time, so I open to the floor for question. Eliana, bisogna che vieni col microfono perché non credo sentano a casa. This is the problem with having the double.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. That was a very thought-provoking talk. And while you were talking, I was thinking about unconscious bias, which is, I mean, you mentioned prejudices, and the first thing that we should do is really to question our own prejudices. And from the very start, and I was thinking about, we have here a student from the University of Exeter attending our MA in translation, and we do lectures, seminars on feminist and gender translation. But I was thinking, I mean, it should be, at least I was thinking about what we offer to our students, and something about, we have workshops on unconscious bias, but not actually for students, more for staff. And I think that I was thinking about we could introduce these sort of workshops to students doing translation, so that we can together think about what it means, unconscious bias. So that was one comment I wanted to make. And the second very quick comment is translation in sexual language is definitely a very complicated matter, unearthing other complexities in the text. And I'm talking about from a narratological point of view. You were giving examples, and one was gli veniva un colpo cazzo, coma cazzo. And I thought, like, who says this? I mean, it's a question of voice, which actually wasn't clear in the English itself. So there is a further complication. So one in terms of voice, and the other one in terms of class. You gave another example, you ain't got no proofs. I mean, this is so class related, which wasn't rendered at all, you know, in Italian. I'm sorry, I mean, I don't talk in negative terms about translation, not in terms of losses, but here it was, you know, quite, yeah, quite clear. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that?
Not really.
Not really? Okay.
I lost my voice.
You can write, I can.
Thank you, Jose, for this hot topic and very intriguing and food for thought speech. Mine is just a comment. It is true that we do have a code of ethics when not only when we speak, but also when we translate, and to this, which can be implicitly detected when you look at translations. And this made me think about something. When you show the bar chart with the sexual words, I was quite surprised to find pregnant, because to me as a woman, I wouldn't categorize this term as sexual. It is something which belongs to the woman's identity. So probably in this code of ethics, we also should consider whether the translator is a man or a woman, because the way in which we use words may change according not only to our cultural background, but also to our own identity and to the way in which we see the world. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Jose, very much.
Okay, any other question? Can you count down? Because otherwise at home they can't. No, but the problem is that we have people at home. This will finish. We will be in present definitely, but
yeah, just a quick comment. I think we should criticize some translations, especially when it comes to this type of translation, and because sometimes there are unconscious bias. I wrote a paper more than 10 years ago about these kind of things, because the translator was, the book was from Italian, so my first question was, okay, is it this editor related? No, because Bukowski was translated with swear words and everything. So, you know, the thing is that I am Romanian, and in Romanian culture, there has been censorship, you know, during the communist regime and all that. And women especially are not supposed to use swear words. It's not feminine, it's not ladylike. And so all of these things, when we teach translation, is important, because we should tell them, if you have a problem with it, don't do it, okay? It's as simple as that. But we have to speak up, because students will think, well, it's normal not to translate these things. So that was a personal example.
Thank you. Any other question?
Well, I actually have a question, so I'm sorry that I'm making you talk more with your voice like that. But thank you very much for the presentation. I was wondering, because you've been talking about the translator's agency when it comes to the translation of swear words and sexual words, so how it comes in creative writing, in literary translation. But do you have any thoughts on how the translator's agency actually can come through in types of translation that are more linked to institutions? So how does the translator's agency come through when there are institutional boundaries in that sense? And there's terminology that is also sexual, for instance, and topics that still can lead the translator to be biased in certain ways.
I cannot answer. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can stop. So we leave
I
you a
lost
bit.
my
Yeah,
voice.
you lost your
Thank you.
voice. So thank you very much for this wonderful talk. And Julia, tell me, now there is the coffee break and is in Aula A. We make it a bit shorter because we took more time and we have a kind of a tight schedule. So we shall be back. It's 11:10, let's say 11:30. We'll begin. Yeah, 20 minutes. Okay.
francofone, laddove lei insiste su un altro verbo, cioè sono partita da transducere e adesso vi parlo invece di quest'altro verbo, articuler, che significa to join, cioè unire, articolare, creare dunque connessioni, cioè congiungere. Perché? Perché queste autrici occupano uno spazio che non è più entre deux, fra due lingue, ma entre plusieurs, fra tante lingue diverse. E quindi la pluralità linguistica e culturale resta il fil rouge che sottende le produzioni di cui vi parlerò. E proprio per questo motivo l'attività di traduzione si fa particolarmente complessa, come nel gioco degli scacchi, dal quale parte Saussure e che poi Umberto Eco riprende, e soprattutto nella sua introduzione alla traduzione agli esercizi di stile di Queneau. Perché la traduzione non deve solo dire nel loro senso, cioè nel senso di una dimensione orizzontale, ma fare, e questa è l'idea di Mechanique, della sua poétique du traduire, restituendo così le ragioni testuali, intertestuali ed extratestuali, cioè una complessità poliedrica che riconduce alla dimensione verticale o, se volete, alla stratificazione progressiva della polifonia culturale di cui ci ha parlato Anthony Appiah, cioè la thick translation, e ancora gli studi di Paul Bondiat quando insiste sul fatto, et lo cito, il faut accorder à l'éthique de la différence sa juste place dans la théorie et tenir compte des questions de la position traductive et du contexte global d'échange culturel, cioè translation, position and ethics of location. Dunque tutte queste diverse strategie e posizioni. E di etica, appunto, si tratta, secondo me, intesa nel senso di una profonda conoscenza esperienziale, capace di passare attraverso quella che Paul Rancière, in un'opera capitale del 98, chiama la chair des mots. La chair in francese significa veramente la polpa, l'interiorità più profonda. La chair des mots, politique au pluriel de l'écriture, le politiche insite nell'atto traduttivo. Dunque di un atto politico e di un atto di restituzione che tenga conto di un progetto di più ampio respiro. E per questo, dopo avervi presentato i miei 3 casi di studio, con la volontà di construire des comparables, e questo è Paul Ricoeur che ce lo insegna in un altro testo capitale che ha per titolo Sur la traduction, uscito presso Bayard nel 2004, cercherò di trarre le fila della mia ricerca, insistendo soprattutto sulle nozioni di spazio e di destinatario. Allora, la prima donna che vi presenterò è Paulette Nardal. Il suo motto è Black is Beautiful, nata e morta in Martinica. È la prima di 7 sorelle, tutte estremamente impegnate. Vengono da una famiglia politicamente impegnata, molto aperta, che tiene in Martinica agli inizi del Novecento un salone in cui si incontrano politici, scrittori e pensatori. Siamo in Martinica, colonia francese. Pensate che questa donna nel 1920 è la prima nera a iscriversi in Sorbona e che cosa studia? Inglese. Quindi cade proprio a fagiolo per il discorso di Eleonora. Allora, nel 1920 ha 24 anni, entra in Sorbona, ma a Parigi soprattutto si rende conto del vuoto che la circonda, nel senso che i neri non esistono, nessuno li vede, non si vedono fra di loro e soprattutto non hanno uno spazio in cui ritrovarsi. Lei cosa fa? Apre il salone di casa sua. Quindi a Clamart, periferia parigina, si incontrano attivisti panafricanisti come Marcus Garvey, il romanziere giamaicano Claude McKay, insieme a Aimé Césaire e a Suzanne Césaire, insieme al politico Félix Eboué, al giovane futuro presidente del Senegal Senghor, al Prix Goncourt del 1921 René Maran e tutti gli altri intellettuali della Harlem Renaissance e della francophonie futura. Paulette parla bene inglese, legge gli autori neri americani in lingua originale. È dotata di uno straordinario senso critico, scrive di letteratura, di politica e di gospel. E voi direte perché di gospel? Beh, perché la musica nera ha una valenza politica, nel senso che è la musica che libera lo schiavo dalla prigionia. È molto attiva, intraprendente, è soprattutto una pioniera nel sollecitare l'unità fra i neri africani, afroamericani e antillani. Diverse testimonianze restano sulla sua attività da interprete. Perché? Perché a casa lei faceva da interprete fra giamaicani, antillani, africani e spesso si lamenta di questa variazione diatopica che è così dura da trasmettere. Pensate che nel 1927, 2 anni dopo l'uscita di The New Negro di Locke, lei propone la traduzione alle edizioni francesi Payot. Lei, donna, si reca presso l'editore e propone la sua traduzione. Nel 28 entra a far parte dell'equipe della rivista La Dépêche Africaine, sulla quale scriverà anche la sorella, che aveva già pubblicato un testo fondamentale dal titolo visionario L'internationalisme noir. Nel 1931, e se vi ricordate bene, il 1931 è la data dell'esposizione di Vincennes dove i neri vengono esposti come animali di uno zoo. Lei inaugura con la sorella Jeanne e insieme al cugino Louis-Thomas Achille la Revue du Monde Noir, di cui vi ho messo il sottotitolo in inglese. In realtà non è un sottotitolo, è un titolo accanto. Perché? Perché questa rivista sarà interamente curata da Paulette, interamente tradotta in inglese da Paulette. Lei scriverà articoli che autotradurrà in inglese. Allora, vi do un esempio. In questa foto vedete alla mia sinistra Paulette e alla mia destra le sorelle. Queste fotografie sono rarissime, solo nei documenti dell'epoca e solo nei documenti martinicani si trovano. Vi dirò poi perché. Questo è il documento di ingresso a Parigi, in Sorbona, dove si vede la sua firma autografa. Questa è la copertina della rivista del mondo nero, dove vedete sotto The Review of the Black World. 1931-1932, 6 numeri, ripubblicati in un'unica edizione perfettamente scaricabile dal sito della BNF, la Bibliothèque Nationale Française, pubblicata a Parigi. La rivista si presenta così. Questo è, diciamo, il sommario dei diversi articoli che sono presenti. Vedete, anche lei scrive. Ogni articolo, ogni piccola porzione di rivista è da lei tradotta o autotradotta. La pagina è così. Francese a sinistra, inglese a destra, o viceversa nel caso di autori originariamente anglofoni. Lei pensa tutto, progetta, scrive, cerca, traduce e si autotraduce. Allora, in realtà, in un suo articolo capitale che ha per titolo Éveil de la conscience de race noire, lei usa 2 verbi fondamentali, défendre et illustrer, che costituivano poi il titolo di Dubélé nel XV secolo, la défense et illustration de la langue française. Allora lei cosa fa? La défense et illustration de la culture des noirs, della cultura nera afroamericana. Attraversa spazi, continenti, crea uno spazio fisico e mentale in cui ritrovarsi, produce una forma di dialogo orale e scritto, si fa traghettatrice di idee, testi e posizioni. È un intellettuale degli anni 30, ve lo ricordo, in piena crisi coloniale, una donna dal temperamento estremamente pragmatico in ogni sua battaglia e azione. Maryse Condé, vi ricordo, premio Nobel, alternativo, ma pur sempre la prima donna nera Nobel nel 2018, dirà di lei: Paulette Nardal, la fierté d'être une négresse, quello che le è sempre stato riconosciuto è la sua fierezza, la sua interezza. Dice che Paulette è stata una rivoluzionaria perché iniziatrice della cultura nera e la prima a opporsi all'immaginario collettivo della donna nera come oggetto erotico. Avete presente la foto della ballerina? La sua creazione è libera dall'appartenenza a un gruppo, è lei che fa, è lei che decide. Si pone ovunque con la sua voce possa elevarsi su qualsiasi argomento abbia trattenuto la sua attenzione per far passare il suo messaggio personale. La sua opera straordinaria ha consentito ai fondatori della Négritude, movimento che inizierà nel 1939 con la prima pubblicazione del Cahiers di Césaire, di incontrarsi fra di loro, di incontrare le opere più importanti del movimento americano che lei scopriva, studiava, conosceva e traduceva. Da qui un'azione preziosa e insostituibile di studiosa, ricercatrice, traduttrice, come traghettatrice da una sponda all'altra dell'oceano, da una lingua all'altra, da una parte all'altra della storia. Paulette tornerà in Martinica nel 1939. Non le sarà mai riconosciuto nessun merito. Césaire non ha mai ammesso il suo debito nei confronti di intellettuali del suo calibro. Senghor non la cita nella sua Ontologie, pur con la prefazione di Sartre. Non ha mai partecipato, non viene mai citata negli atti dei 2 congrès des écrivains et artistes noirs, ma questa è un'altra storia che potremmo chiamare assenza-presenza. La seconda donna di cui vorrei parlarvi è Véronique Tadgeau. Véronique Tadgeau è nata a Parigi nel 1955 da madre francese e padre ivoriano. Oggi vive a Londra, ma ha vissuto ovunque, ha insegnato soprattutto nelle università del Kenya, del Sudafrica, ha una lunga esperienza di insegnante, di docente, di traduttrice, di autotraduttrice, ma anche poetessa, pittrice, romanziera, illustratrice per bambini e ragazzi. Vanta una produzione attenta ai problemi di tutto il continente africano, dal recupero dei miti al valore delle maschere, dalle stoffe dei pagni alle leggende africane, che raccoglie dall'oralità, trascrive in francese, autotraduce in inglese, fedele all'idea della trasversalità degli spazi, della condivisione delle esperienze. Parlare della traduzione di e in Véronique Tadgeau consente di evidenziare le questioni etiche sollevate dal suo sforzo di rappresentare non solo l'altro, ma anche i punti di contatto fra l'altro e se stessi, per reinterpretarli sempre in chiave positiva. Allora, vi do un esempio molto pragmatico. Questa è la sua prima pubblicazione del 93, Mami Wata e le monstre, che lei autotraduce in inglese. Le illustrazioni sono le sue, suoi sono i colori, le pagine si presentano così. Colori, disegni, inglese, francese o francese-inglese. Ed è un fluire, un movimento interno alla produzione. Naturalmente lei ripropone questo modello anche in altre pubblicazioni, per bambini e per ragazzi, anche in antologie, ad esempio Talking Drums del 2000, con poesie anglofone che lei traduce, o poesie francofone, scusate, che traduce in inglese e poi ne fa la cura e i disegni naturalmente. Ecco, il suo impegno mi sembra soprattutto incentrato su un dialogo costante finalizzato proprio all'educazione delle giovani generazioni, fattore essenziale di ogni sviluppo, poiché è una preoccupazione prioritaria in un continente naturalmente in cui l'analfabetismo è la piaga prevalente, ma anche per costruire un futuro sereno e pacifico. Passo rapidamente al terzo esempio, Were the King, una donna straordinaria dell'Africa centrale, Camerun, nata nel 50, si sposta negli anni 80 ad Abidjan, dove fonda questo village Ki, significa sapere ultimo, e in questo villaggio opera ogni genere di artista, francofono o anglofono, condivide la loro arte, monta pièce che sono spettacolari, nel senso che tutto viene fatto, svolto all'interno di questo village, sia in francese che in inglese, sia nelle lingue regionali. Vi volevo parlare di questa pièce, di cui vi faccio vedere un esempio, dal titolo emblematico Un Tuareg, quindi un uomo del deserto, assolutamente simbolo dell'annullamento di qualsiasi frontiera, che si sposa con una pigmea. Quindi la pièce è costruita su 9 passaggi di frontiera e naturalmente la sua posizione politica è molto critica nei confronti del famoso congrès del 1884 sulla divisione cartografica dell'Africa, e qui mescola lingue regionali, ognuna per ogni paese che il Tuareg attraversa, e testo in francese. Il testo in francese sembra una stoffa decorata, una stoffa africana. I testi in lingue regionali si presentano così: arancioni nel cuore della pubblicazione, ce l'ho qua, poi ve la faccio vedere, e l'arancione al centro, i diversi testi. Passo rapidissimamente alle mie conclusioni, quindi dovrei stare nei tempi e vi metto la presentazione. Allora, in realtà cosa sono queste tre donne? Sono tre esempi per me, ma sono riconducibili nel mio immaginario alla donna orchestra, che cerca, pensa, scrive, trascrive, traduce, autotraduce, fanno tutto, hanno una visione globale del loro operato, che si distingue per poliedrismo, per essere policromo e polifonico, perché vi dicevo all'inizio, arte totale, fatta da testo, colore, traduzione, ma anche musica, anche sinfonie diverse. O come diceva Glisson, in né frontière con outrepasse, cioè è una dilatazione continua dei confini che noi potremmo pensare. Per cui si evidenzia un atto traduttivo articolato in ricerca e riflessione, scrittura e riscrittura, traduzione e autotraduzione, capace secondo me di annullare le differenze spaziali e temporali per scuotere e dilatare i confini, abbracciare l'intero continente africano, lasciando intravedere quello che Eraclito definiva la conciliazione dei contrari. Le diverse lingue diventano linguaggi sulla pagina e attraverso le pagine in cui queste si fondono, fino a che dal loro incontro scaturisce una scintilla. Traduttrici di lingue e culture, queste donne riescono a imporsi grazie a quello che Benveniste definisce una mise en fonctionnement de la langue par un acte individuel d'utilisation, offrendo un contributo personale per la costruzione di spazi da sempre caratterizzati da una relazione problematica fra storia e letteratura, memoria e identità. In essi l'incontro di culture non aveva, come afferma Glisson, généré de genèse, cioè non aveva una genesi, perché il passato è un trou, è un buco, è il fondo del battone grillé, è una tabula rasa, e quindi la letteratura deve raccontare questa nascita senza inizio, attraverso una parole che rifiuta la linearità della storia, perché, come dice Glisson, n'est pas comme un palmier droit et lisse, cioè non c'è linearità, ma comincia da una prima radice e continua a germogliare senza sosta, andando incontro ad altre radici, cioè è un rizoma. In questo senso, le opere analizzate intendono gettare nuova luce sul rapporto delle autrici con lo spazio, per sperimentarlo, per creare nuovi modelli di attraversamento. Vi si configurano molteplici livelli di scrittura e di riscrittura, articolazione di diverse modalità di co-costruzione del testo, connessioni per una condivisione del significato da parte di destinatari quanto mai variegati, dal punto di vista geografico, linguistico, culturale e generazionale. Vi posso assicurare che i libri di Véronique Tadjo li ho trovati nelle scuole, dal Senegal al Togo, ma anche nelle scuole della banlieue parigina, dove queste donne sono lette nei cortili della scuola da tanti ragazzi di origini diverse, creano quindi un collante, un'unione. Soprattutto nel caso dei testi in autotraduzione si realizza quello che Fitch definisce in questo senso. L'opera completa consiste nell'insieme dei due testi accostati. Mi piace molto ricordare questo insieme fisico che si può toccare. Una frammentarietà, quella dei testi che abbiamo illustrato, con caratteristiche editoriali, scelte traduttive, in grado di restituire un'intricata rete di relazioni, capace di delineare un progetto di più ampio respiro, che secondo me può essere visto come una proposta politica, perché la consapevolezza si crea attraverso la conoscenza che la letteratura offre di situazioni, problemi e persone. Le tre scrittrici producono testi non recriminatori, ma talvolta molto espliciti, perché utilizzano strumenti diversi, è vero, ma costruiscono anche narrazioni che impongono uno sguardo critico al lettore, affinché guardi all'altro per il suo valore linguistico-culturale, che è poi il punto da cui ero partita. L'apertura dello sguardo che corrisponda alla comprensione profonda, può riprodurre lo stesso allargamento dei confini dello sguardo all'altro, al diverso, all'estraneo. In questo incontro interdisciplinare, il testo letterario diventa la sede sperimentale di esperienze di riscrittura e traduzione interlinguistica, intersemiotica, come voleva Jacobson, che ripercorrono lingue e culture in diacronia e in sincronia, asse orizzontale, in un lavoro concreto e critico che consiste nel reperimento e nello studio dei testi, nell'importanza della scelta legata al contesto culturale, nell'analisi e nella restituzione del testo in traduzione o nella sua composizione per poi offrirne l'autotraduzione, accomunate dalla loro capacità di promuovere e indicare un possibile cambiamento sociale e politico. E qui abbiamo l'asse verticale. E concludo. Produzioni di ampio respiro, queste opere rivelano una conoscenza molare, come dice Eco, o se volete enciclopedica, o se volete, come diceva il professore prima, documentaria, delle diverse situazioni culturali dalle quali muovono e hanno sempre un intento pedagogico. Così, mettendo in prospettiva il modo in cui le tre categorie del cercare, costruire e tradurre vengono articolate da queste donne, mi sembra che la questione della dimensione politica, che avevo citato all'inizio con Rancière, la chair des mots, o se si preferisce, dell'effetto politico prodotto da tali modalità creative, si rinnovi grazie alla loro capacità di dominare l'entropia e di generare compartecipazione per il superamento delle divisioni, come indicato da Kwame Nkrumah e da Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Vi ringrazio della vostra attenzione.
Thank you so much for your interesting lecture. And I want to pass to the next lecturer, Luisa Marino. If you can share. Luisa Marino holds a PhD in Literary Linguistic and Comparative Studies from University of Naples L'Orientale. Her dissertation, Translated Bodies, Language and Ideology in Nigerian Literature by Women, deals with the linguistic representation of body and body-related experiences in Nigerian contemporary literature by women writers, and via translation into Italian. She was a visiting PhD student at the University of Exeter. Her research interests include translation studies, gender studies, cultural and post-colonial studies, feminist studies, eco-criticism, eco-linguistic, and tourism studies. She published articles on translation and gender, translation and paratexts, and on translation of Nigerian third-generation women writers into Italian. And today our lecture is cross-dressing in children's books across languages, a case study. Do I have to share the presentation? Oh, no, it's just already sharing, okay. Okay, but I'm sorry, something happened with the presentation. I mean, probably, can you see it? The others okay. The others are okay. I don't know, probably changing from one computer to another, but anyway. Okay, thank you. I'm standing, so you can see me. Thank you for being here. It's so good seeing you unmasked. Okay, let's start. Okay. In 1990, Rudine Sims Bishop published the seminal essay Mirrors, Windows, and Sliding Doors, addressing books as objects in which children, but also adults, could reflect and find reflections of themselves, learning a way of looking at life and their experiences as, I quote, part of the larger human experience, end of quote.
Even though her essay was born out of the observation that African American children lacked real opportunities of reading books which displayed African American characters, her work is nonetheless helpful when it comes to address the importance of representation and representativity in general in the creation and the development of children's identity. So drawing on the idea of books as mirrors, but also as windows through which to look at the surrounding world and as doors to access this world, the paper I'm presenting is aimed at investigating the representation of cross-dressing in children's picture book using a social semiotic approach. Combining written text, pictures, and graphic design, that is combining different modes, picture books are multimodal entities. This means that in order to make sense of them, it is important to understand how the various modes combine and interact, because the meaning potential of each mode alone can be affected by the other modes when considered as a whole. So the paper is part of a broader project I'm about to start on the translation of children's picture books and on the power and the role translation can have in conveying non-dominant narrations of the word across languages and cultures. Yet, what I'm presenting today is not a paper on translation proper, but rather on the possibility of using a social semiotic framework to investigate the interconnections between verbal and nonverbal contents in children's picture books as part of a preparatory work to translation itself. So the picture books I've worked on are My Princess Boy of 2010 by Cheryl Kyler Davis, illustrated by Suzanne de Simone, and Sparkle Boy of 2017 by Leslie Newman, illustrated by Maria Mola. And I have the book here if you want to give them a look. Both of them tell the story of two very young boys who like wearing female clothing and accessories, but experience somehow that it is not simple to act against gender conventions. So what I'm mostly interested in analyzing the two books was looking at how the cooperation between language and image worked, and to what extent it could help children express their non-conforming gender identities. Then, as a further step, I was interested in understanding if and how that cooperation, language, image, could be rendered in translation. But this is an aspect I'm just mentioning today without going into much detail, since the main focus of the paper is investigating some of the possible tools that can help translators set and prepare the translation work. So as regards the theoretical approach, I used a social semiotic view of multimodality together with gender studies, but I intend to develop a combined methodology further on in my research project, applying this theoretical approach to translation theory and mostly to the practice of translation. Sorry about that. So regarding the social semiotic approach to multimodality, I started my investigation from Hartmut Stokel's idea of a multisemiotic turn in communication studies. He speaks about multimodality as the natural mode of communication. That because humans have more than one sense and usually use more than one sense to communicate. Also, involving more than one sense in communication helps realizing a more efficient communicative act. And last, the communicative repertoire of a culture is characterized by transcriptions, meaning that humans tend to literally translate messages from one medium to another in order to make sense of the world which surrounds them. Think about, for example, the habit of commenting films or describing pictures or performing texts. So
In this perspective, multimodality can be explained as, I quote, the co-presence of various semiotic modes in a given overall text. It is a technique which facilitates and or enables the communication, and it is a patterned semiotic activity, meaning what is at stake is both the modes used within a culture and the users themselves. I mainly used Crescent van Leeuwen's visual grammar to analyze pictures in the book. The two scholars, as you probably know, adapted Halliday's systemic functional linguistic framework to visual design, outlining what happens on the ideational, interpersonal, and textual levels in multimodal texts. With regards to gender theory, I mostly referred to Victoria Flanagan's book Into the Closet, Cross-Dressing and the Gendered Body in Children's Literature and Film. There she speaks about clothing as, I quote, a potent cultural symbol of gender and sexual difference, and the wearing of the clothes deemed socially appropriate for the opposite sex is generally considered to be a transgressive and provocative act, end of quote. Yet she notices in her book that even though cross-dressing is not an unusual topic in children's books, as it probably might be expected, this transgressive act is normally dissociated from the concept of transsexualism. Children's books displaying cross-dressing typically offer a non-sexualized representation of cross-dressing. It is most of the times presented as temporary and shows just its potential of disrupting and destabilizing normativity without giving further hints about the possible developments in terms of children's identity. So drawing on these theoretical premises, I used Crescent van Leeuwen's tool of visual grammar to analyze both My Princess Boy and Sparkle Boy. More specifically, I analyzed the relationship between images and verbal elements, who and what was represented, the relationship between the viewer and individual modes. As regards the books, I analyzed hardcover versions in both cases. I didn't focus on either covers or flaps because they did not really contribute to the narration. Now let's go to a brief introduction to the books. My Princess Boy is the story of a boy who dresses up as a girl, told from the point of view of his mother. Due to the way in which the book was conceived, readers get to know the boy's story, but they don't really know his thoughts, okay? In fact, even if he's the protagonist of the story, he's a silent character. The book is 30 pages long, from the first to the last hand paper. It displays 13 illustrations. Of these, 9 are double spreads, 5 feature individual images, while other feature focus groups. The tableau featuring individual images are the first one and the last 4, and illustrations are watercolor-like ones. Text and images normally coexist, except for page 24, 25, 27, and 28. And on pages 27 and 28, text is double spread. So these are the pages in which the main message of the book is synthesized, and also the pages which close the narration. On the other hand, Sparkle Boy is the story of Casey, another boy who loves anything colorful, shining, and sparkling, but these are adjectives that are associated to the female word in the narration. The story is told from the point of view of an external, omniscient narrator, and differently from the previous case, here readers have access to Casey's mind because of the frequent use of direct speech. So Sparkle Boy is also 30 pages long. It displays 15 illustrations, 14 of them are double spreads, and all of them feature focus groups. The technique used here is digital illustration, and there are no pages in which text is displayed alone. So I spotted some similarities comparing and contrasting the analysis of the books, and I was able to form the following statements on the book. So first, while the visual mode tends to show a non-conforming representation of gender, in the written mode, it is usually implied that both the protagonist's gender is male. And two, messages of acceptance of non-conforming gender performances are mostly conveyed by the written mode. So in order to better explain these statements, I've selected some tableaux from each of the two books, which I wanted to comment with you. So the image you find here is the first tableau of My Princess Boy. It is double spreads, as you can see, and features the boy alone dressed in princess clothing. According to visual grammar, on the ideational level, it is a conceptual representation. This means that the picture shows how the main character is represented. Some objects suggest how the character relates to the world which surrounds him. So you have the female clothing, but also the accessories on the right. But there is no action. On the interpersonal level, the picture positions the viewer at a close distance, and this gives viewers a sense of intimacy and makes them focus on details. Also, the angle of the picture, which is frontal, suggests involvement. On the textual level, the attention of the viewer is caught by the representation of the boy. He is bigger in size, and the saturation of his pink dress and the contrast with the color of his body make his figure the most evident in the tableau. Now, if we read images like we read text, so from left to right and from top to bottom, here image comes first. Thus, in terms of content-related linkage, this is a case of elaboration, meaning that language and image are put in a straightforward relationship, and the verbal contents illustrate and explain the non-verbal content. As in the rest of the book, here the boy is addressed as male. He is always defined as a boy. The pronouns and adjectives referred to him are just he and his, and the narrator makes it clear that he plays dress up in girly dresses, underlining the temporariness and the playfulness of this gender performance. This other image is the third tableau of Sparkle Boy. As the previous one, it is double spread, but unlike the previous one, here a focus group is featured. On the ideational level, viewers understand that the scene is the representation of an event. There is a certain amount of dynamism in the scene, and each of the characters interact with the others, as suggested by the imaginary lines, which are called vectors, which unite the mother with the daughter, and ideally the focus group on the left with the boy on the right. So because of the presence of vectors, which suggests dynamism, this tableau features a narrative representation, unlike the previous one. On the interpersonal level, the viewer is positioned at a very close distance, once again, and this kind of positioning reveals, as in the previous case, a sense of intimacy. The angle is frontal, suggesting involvement, and viewers feel like if they were a part of the scene themselves. On the textual level, the attention of the viewer is caught by the participants, first of all, because they are positioned at the center of each page. But participants are also made salient because of their size and because of the contrast of their clothing in relation to the background. In this case, there is a language first linkage between the written and the visual mode. That because language explains the picture. It is only reading the written text that we understand Casey is wearing an old skirt of Jesse's, his sister, and that his mother handed it to him. Moreover, it seems particularly significant in terms of gender representation that Casey is wearing the skirt without taking off his boyish clothing. This could reinforce Flanagan's idea that male cross-dressing is treated as something more similar to a masquerade than to the will or the need of expressing one's own gender identity. Also, in Sparkle Boy, the protagonist is addressed with male pronouns and adjectives, as you can see in the image. I hope you can see it. Yet here you find also the only gender-neutral term used to address him, that is the word body. So, as shown by this brief analysis, in both the books, even if the visual mode seems to encourage and normalize non-conforming gender performances, the verbal mode tends not to subvert traditional gender roles. Assuming that the gender of both the protagonists of the book is male, the verbal mode leaves no real space to the possibility that the book may offer a counter-narration to gender stereotyped roles. Even though there is a certain inconsistency between the written and the visual mode in terms of representation of gender, curiously, the written mode is the mode that conveys more effectively a message of acceptance of non-conforming gender performances. And I put here some examples. Here you have the last 4 pages of My Princess Boy. In the image on the left, the sentence, "Our princess boy is happy because we love him for who he is," seems to present a relation of causality between the fact that the boy is happy and the fact that the boy is loved by his family. So here words are typed in dark purple on a pastel rose background, and both the color contrast and the position of the sentence at the center of the page catch the viewer's reader's attention. In the last double spread tableau, the author of the book addresses readers directly. So together with the size of the font and the color contrast, the adjective "your," my princess boy is your princess boy, is what catches the viewer's or reader's attention. It implies a general sense of acceptance as well as a sense of responsibility. We are all responsible for the happiness or the unhappiness of princess boys all over the world. That is the message that the author seems to convey. As regards Sparkle Boy, I put here the last 2 tableaux of the book, one double spread, one single spread. Here, the written mode is never separated from the visual mode. Yet, in both cases, the written part explains and illustrates the visual part. And it is thanks to the written part that viewers, understand that there has been a positive evolution in Casey's sister's attitude. So even though in both tableaux, what catches the most the viewer's attention in terms of salience is the focus group, brother-sister, without the help of the written mode, readers would not be able to understand that the closeness of the 2 characters is due to the fact that the sister has understood the importance for his brother of expressing himself freely. So the very last phrase, especially each other, they love especially each other, synthesizes the feeling of empathy and unconditional support more than any other illustration could do. So the main problems that arose from this analysis are the following ones. One, if we consider My Princess Boy and Sparkle Boy as mirrors for a child audience, the fact that one of the modes used in the books keeps relying on traditional gender roles or stereotypes, if you want, might not help children's self-empowerment, nor encourage some of them to come out of the closet and express their identities freely. Furthermore, if messages of acceptance are almost entirely conveyed by the written mode, children who can't read need a grown-up to really get the most out of the book in terms of representation of gender performance. And this does not really develop the idea that books can be unmediated mirrors for children. So to conclude, I hope with my analysis I've offered insights on the challenges children's book translators may face as complex cultural products, that is, as multi-semiotic products. The translation of children's books demand for a great effort, not just in terms of style reframing or language economy. It also demands for a great effort in terms of first-hand reception on the side of the translator. So the situation gets even more complicated when the book problematizes culture-bound concepts like gender and the consequences of performing gender in non-conforming ways. This is the reason why a thorough analysis of children's book from a multimodal perspective and a deep investigation on the possible interactions between the written and the visual mode could help translators approach the translation process, avoiding, hopefully, mistranslation and misrepresentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for the perfect timing of your lecture. And let's pass to the next. She's online? He is online? He, she? Fatma Jussel Dink. I think we are. Sì, ci abbiamo la condivisione, vediamo. Ok. Fatma? Qualcuno vuole partecipare magari? Okay. Not good at all, but we can talk. Dovrebbe fare la domanda lei di entrare. Vogliamo vedere la lista? Sono 2 persone in lista, come vedi. E sono loro 2 che ci sono oggi. Okay. We won't talk about a comparative textual analysis and so on and so forth. Okay. More time for talking, for answers.
Non puoi cercarla per invitarla, perché era successo anche a un altro convegno.
No, anche perché dice che lo fanno entrare loro, quindi non so se ci conviene entrare per...
Se ha scritto. Ah.
Ok.
Aspetta. Magari ha un fuso orario diverso, problemi vari, può succedere.
I don't know if you have questions.
Ah, ecco.
E questo è interessante perché io non ne ho.
Ah, allora sta cercando di collegarsi. All'ultimo minuto.
Non avevo la presentazione io. Se volete possiamo fare domande nel frattempo, no? If you have questions for the... You have questions? Certo. Magari usando quello, perché... Ah, sì.
Comincio perché è sempre un po' spiacevole iniziare con un silenzio. Allora, intanto ringrazio Luisa perché la sua presentazione mi è piaciuta tantissimo. Poi questa passeggiata fra i libri e le pagine, secondo me, arricchisce sempre. Nella mia esperienza di francesista, quando si parla di libri per bambini, soprattutto di argomenti così scottanti, lo dico perché mi sono occupata di libri sulla schiavitù rivolti ai bambini, quindi ho visto, è una politica francese, ma non so se è condivisa anche nel vostro mondo, esplicitare molto chiaramente l'età dei piccoli lettori. Cioè, in Francia ci sono 3 categorie: piccolissimi lettori fino a 4 anni, che non hanno la benché minima idea di una lettura o del poter sfogliare libri, da 4 a 6, cioè che hanno una minima possibilità, e poi da 7 a 11. Ecco, allora mi chiedevo se questi libri che tu ci hai presentato dichiarassero in un qualche modo l'età dei destinatari, perché mi sembra importante per argomenti, diciamo, non così facili da trattare, come tu hai benissimo dimostrato. Ecco, se questa età dei destinatari è esplicitata, magari nella quarta di copertina. Di solito in Francia è nella quarta di copertina, però non so se nel vostro mondo c'è questa sottigliezza. Grazie.
Ecco, grazie per la domanda. Era una cosa in realtà su cui dibattevamo ieri con la collega che è seduta lì, proprio questa questione dell'età e del expected audience, no? In realtà non c'è un'indicazione precisa sul pubblico, ok, a cui è possibilmente, come dire, addressed, ok, that kind of narration. E questo crea un po' di difficoltà in una prospettiva traduttiva, chiaramente, no? Perché quando si traduce l'expected audience è un qualcosa di cui si tiene conto, no? Nelle scelte stilistiche, che va a orientare le scelte stilistiche, e poi soprattutto in questo caso dove diciamo il reframing dello style sarebbe diciamo è tutto, no? Perché è una lingua così economica, quindi capire come posizionarsi rispetto ad un possibile audience aiuterebbe sicuramente tanto il lettore, però il traduttore. Forse non so, è un progetto, diciamo, sono veramente agli inizi di questo progetto, quindi mi addentrerò pian piano e avrò modo di confrontare più case study, ma ho avuto anche l'impressione che potesse essere anche una sorta di strategia per aprire la lettura di questi testi anche agli adulti, magari a dei genitori che possono fare l'esperienza di lettura insieme ai bambini e creare una sorta di narrazione, no? Della performance di genere come un qualcosa in divenire, creare anche un discorso, cioè utilizzare il libro come base, ok? Da cui creare magari un discorso anche a livello familiare, no? Relazionale. Quindi forse non ho risposto alla tua domanda, però sì, assolutamente sì.
Ci sono delle politiche editoriali ben precise.
Sì, sì, grazie mille.
C'è una domanda?
L'abbiamo tirata in basso.
Non c'è.
Ah, ecco.
Vediamo se c'è altra gente.
Non aspetta, si chiama Fatma Giselle.
Sì. Posso avere la link, così la inserisco, vediamo se anche Antonia Montes magari la inseriamo manualmente.
Nel frattempo magari potevo fare una domanda, o se c'è qualcuno, è perché vorrei...
Io scrivo poi sì. Ah, eccola, c'è. Ah. No,
Quindi lei la potrebbe trovare,
Ma poi clicca e accede direttamente.
Sì,
Ah, allora,
la lettera è risposto quando le hai scritto ora?
Eleonora, mi senti?
No,
Mi sentite in aula magna?
c'è Sara.
Sì, mi sentite?
Sì.
Allora, è Fatma quella che state aspettando?
Sì.
Allora, sta cercando di entrare nel Meet sbagliato. Sta entrando nel Meet C.
Ok.
Se riuscite a contattarla, ditele che sta sbagliando link.
Le abbiamo mandato il link giusto per il nostro Meet.
Ok, adesso vediamo, perché io su YouTube le sto scrivendo di riprovarci. Però c'è Giulia che mi sta scrivendo che sta tentando di entrare nel C.
Perché?
Comunque dovrebbe essermi appena arrivata una mail con il link.
Cioè deve solo cliccare sul link per poter entrare.
Io lo scrivo nella chat di YouTube, così vediamo se...
Ok. Sì, saremo ancora più in ritardo naturalmente, però va bene, tanto c'è solo il pranzo dopo, quindi... No, sempre pronte. La saltiamo noi piuttosto, non c'è problema. Voi no.
Però sì, volevo più che altro fare un commento, proprio perché ieri parlavamo di questa cosa, la questione dell'età, esatto. Almeno da quello che ho visto, perché poi una cosa che mi è saltata all'occhio è il fatto che in My Princess Boy non c'è il viso del bambino, non è identificato. Oltre ad essere una strategia che magari potrebbe sottintendere altro, potrebbe anche essere un modo di, ieri ne parlavamo e lei mi diede questa spiegazione, di concettualizzare l'idea, non dare una storia, un racconto vero e proprio, ma di narrare un'idea, passatemi l'espressione, e il fatto che ci sia molto meno linguaggio verbale. Non so, continuo che... Comunque, il fatto che ci sia molto meno linguaggio verbale... L'ho mutata. By the way, il fatto che ci sia meno linguaggio verbale probabilmente è il fatto che forse, è una nostra interpretazione, forse voglia dare un concetto piuttosto che una narrazione, potrebbe essere indice di una scelta di un audience, diciamo con un'età magari più giovane, perché anche il linguaggio verbale è veramente scarno, giusto? Perché non, quindi magari più immagine che il linguaggio verbale, forse non è specificata l'età, però forse potrebbe essere insomma una spiegazione alla possibilità dei... Esatto, però vabbè, questa era un'idea che poi guardando le immagini, però non so, magari...
Sì, forse le due cose possono anche essere collegate, no? C'è la scelta di non rappresentare il bambino con con un suo sguardo, quindi con una sua identità precisa. Esatto, è un volto che non ha identità, è rappresentato un tipo, no? Potrebbe essere chiunque, ok? Quindi forse questa strategia va un po' con quello che dicevamo prima, no? Di aprire, cioè di, ecco, raccontare, gettare i semi per parlare di un concetto, ok? E poi magari lasciare spazio ai lettori, magari grandi e piccini. Sì, sì, si rimanda al binarismo e questa era, diciamo, la problematica che veniva fuori, no? C'è questa, diciamo, intenzione di promuovere, ok, il cross-dressing, però sì, e quindi chissà, questo potrebbe essere un primo step, magari aprire la strada a delle narrazioni, diciamo, che riescano effettivamente a contronarrare il binarismo, potrebbe essere. Parlati? Perché questi sono un po'...
in italiano? Sì, grazie. Una domanda per Natascia. Mi è molto piaciuto il suo intervento, naturalmente mi è molto piaciuto anche quello di Luisa. Mi interessava in particolare Paulette Nardal, magari Were Were Leaking l'avevo già sentita nominare, eccetera. Però devo dire che dalla presentazione mi erano venute delle curiosità legate ad alcune delle parole chiave che erano, diciamo, state scelte. La prima era la chair des mots, e lì però è rimasta, come dire, come discorso che forse potrebbe trovare uno spazio, anzi un corpo, una serie di corpi. Mi sembrava molto interessante quell'argomento, mi piacerebbe che magari andasse un po', ci dicesse qualcosa, mi dicesse qualcosa. L'altro tema interessante, sempre parole chiave, e davvero mi hanno molto incuriosito, la conoscenza molare, e che arriva appunto a generare questa compartecipazione. E anche lì mi piacerebbe sentire un po' di più, e poi però, diciamo, prescinde dal tema della traduzione, ma è molto legato al tema del panafricanismo, da un punto di vista, diciamo, degli scrittori anglofoni. Penso a Stuart Hall, non so se appunto è ecco, c'è una sorta di sensazione dalla fine degli anni 70 in poi che il sogno del panafricanismo in effetti fosse un incubo piuttosto che un sogno, e quindi in qualche modo nascondesse la realtà dei fatti di nazioni governate da elite assolutamente colluse con i poteri coloniali, e che avevano, e questo è Hall che cito, più o meno, avevano reso, in qualche modo inglobato e fatto proprio un sistema, una modalità operandi dei sistemi patriarcali, dei sistemi coloniali. E mi domandavo appunto se in ambito anglofono, diciamo, noi che ci occupiamo di postcoloniale, comunque Glissant, insomma, tante delle voci ovviamente della francofonia li dobbiamo frequentare. Mi domandavo se in qualche modo ci fosse anche in ambito francofono questo senso di, come dire, di un po' nostalgia, ma anche di abbandono del sogno, dell'idea di panafricanismo, anche se ovviamente nel contesto storiografico di cui stava parlando mi sembra che funzioni molto bene, però mi domandavo appunto se nel contemporaneo, una bella serie di domande.
Grazie. Allora, la chair des mots, comincia da quella, Grazie, fa piacere, soprattutto perché il mondo anglofono lo frequento poco, quindi questi scambi sono sempre di grande arricchimento. Allora, la chair des mots, sì, diciamo, quest'opera capitale di Rancière che esce negli anni '80 e che il gruppo di Bernard Muralis, essenzialmente il più grande africanista che sia conosciuto, insieme con tutta la sua scuola, porta avanti, nel senso di fare sempre una lettura molto profonda di tutto quello che viene offerto dal mondo africano, ma anche dal mondo nero, dal mondo antillano, nel senso di considerare queste scritture sempre come un atto politico. Sempre come un atto politico di partecipazione effettiva, e quindi di scarnificare veramente il testo in tutte le sue implicazioni per le diramazioni che questo testo può avere, soprattutto in ambito sociopolitico, appunto. Quindi la chair des mots è qualcosa che va al di là di tutto quello che può essere toccato, di tutto quello che può essere superficiale. Il fatto di percorrere tutte le diverse vie che sono lanciate da queste produzioni, penso ad esempio a uno dei più grandi autori francofoni come Kuruma, e ricondurlo sempre al discorso politico, cioè se un autore nero scrive in questo senso non è mai arte per l'arte, ma ha sempre una valenza politica. E questo la critica francofona non se l'è mai dimenticato e continua a cercarlo. In questo senso la chair des mots. Ok.
Sì, facciamo finire lei. Sì, prego.
Ah, ok.
You're here, we can see you now, okay? Just, we are listening to an answer.
Mm-hmm. Ok, poi c'è la seconda domanda che riguardava Paulette, con Paulette Nardal e le altre. Allora, usa conoscenza molare sempre nel senso di andare fino in fondo. Rabelais direbbe la substantifique moelle, cioè se considero un osso, andare fino al midollo, se considero un dente, andare fino al nervo. Ecco, molare in questo senso. Quindi una conoscenza veramente enciclopedica, un'esperienza che passa attraverso la carne, attraverso la pelle, che è un po' la chair des mots che dicevamo prima. Quindi conoscenza molare nel senso di non affrontare mai questi come semplici testi, ma come un'esperienza a tutto tondo, dicevamo fisica, discorsiva, musicale, colorata e chi più ne ha più ne metta. Nel caso delle donne che ho affrontato, il panafricanismo penso sia uno stile di vita soprattutto, nel senso che sono donne che in prima persona si implicano intorno al mondo per portare un messaggio, che sia atelier di scrittura per i ragazzi, che sia sedute di pittura per i piccoli, che sia venire in Italia per montare uno spettacolo, come ha fatto Wereli King per 3 mesi, è stata a San Salvario a Torino, un quartiere dove di solito di sera non entri, e invece il suo spettacolo è stato in scena a 3 mesi e faceva lavorare persone che venivano dal mondo intero, quindi proprio per dire questo questo linguaggio trasversale che supera qualsiasi barriera e soprattutto che riprende i miti africani classici, che possono essere Sonjata, che possono essere la Reine Poku, che possono essere Mami Wata o Mami Wo, cioè per gli anglofoni, e farne un tutt'uno per restituirlo, per ricomporre in un qualche modo questo orgoglio, questa fierezza, come diceva Marie Scondé, di avere comunque un valore culturale da trasmettere. Questo in senso orizzontale. In senso verticale dare appunto una valenza sociale per un riscatto e politica, cioè di estrema significanza.
Okay, and now welcome Fatma, Fatma Jussel Dink, and she's okay,
I'm really sorry for the delay because I had a technical problem.
Yeah, there is no problem. We understand. We understand it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and I want to introduce your lecture. The title is A Comparative Textual Analysis of English and Turkish Children's Literature Works from a Gender Studies Perspective. Maurice Micklewhite and the Tangerine Dress by Christine Baldacchino. You have 20 minutes. Okay.
Okay. I think I can share my screen right now.
Ekranınızın tamamı da bas. Bir dakika. Nasıl yapıyorsun?
Bunu seçmiyor mu? Bunu seçmiyor.
Görebiliyorlar mı şu anda?
Can you see my screen? Because I shared my screen.
No.
You can't see that.
Bir dakika aşkım dur. Heh. Şimdi aç.
Yes. Yes, now. No.
Now, can you see
Yes,
right
yes. Now we can see it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, ciao everyone. My name is Fatma Yüceldinç. I'm a master's student at the Department of Translation and Interpreting at Hacettepe University in Turkey, and a research assistant in Muğla Sıtkı Koçman University. Actually, inspiration for this study originates from a long-standing interest in children's literature and a passion for examining how gender roles in a source text are translated into a target text. Okay, now, just before reviewing my abstract, let's close our eyes for 20 seconds. I can't see anyone right now, but I think you closed your eyes for 20 seconds and listen to the theme of the children's literature work which inspired this story. Are you ready? Okay, I heard somebody call yes, so I'm starting. Okay, imagine a child. He loves being at school and being busy with daily activities, particularly playing in the dress-up center. Unlike his friends, he likes to wear a tangerine-colored dress. Because of that, he is excluded by his classmates. Do you want to know his name? Maurice Micklewhite. Now, please open your eyes. Of course, you translators would like to focus on analyzing the sentences and how to convey the message to the target audience just after comprehending the context of the story. So let's go on. Let's go one step further and see what this study aims at. What are the linguistic, ideological, and aesthetic similarities and differences between the original text and the translated text from a gender role perspective? What are the strategical necessities of translating a children's literature work from the gender studies perspective? It's possible to say that the aim of the children's literature as one of the most tender genres makes the sociocultural awareness visible for child receivers. Therefore, translating children's literature is a significant tool to spread the ideology through the languages and cultures, of course. The main focus of this paper is to unveil how the works of children's literature that draw attention to gender equality written in the English language are translated into Turkish language. This paper also questions which strategies are employed. If the translated text differs from the source text ideologically and linguistically, of course, manipulations are analyzed. If not, it tries to reveal to what extent the translation gets close to the soul of the source text in the light of strategies of Binet and Darbonet and the feminist theories of translation. Okay, now you would say that the strategies of Binet and Darbonet are acceptable, but why feminist translation? You're right, why feminist translation? So it's the first question. But I have reasons. The first reason is the Maurice Micklewhite and the Tangerine Dress, written by Christine Baldacchino in 2014, refers to gender studies in terms of its theme. The second reason is that this illustrated work of children's literature was translated by a Turkish publishing house which published the women's movement and different feminist experiences in addition to feminist theory and policy books. And the last reason, with a deep analysis of the literature, we can see that there are enough resources to relate to the works of children's literature with feminist translation theories. And when we dive into the literature review, in a very brief explanation, Hande Gül Demirhan explains the cross-fertilization of children's literature, women, and translation in hierarchy terms. that they are all devalued and pushed to the margins when there is one common denominator in these three areas. In other words, Simon claims that they become other and end up in a secondary position in literary and social systems. According to von Flotow and Simon, feminist engagement with translation has been focused on 4 areas. The research has concentrated on, firstly, revealing female translators and their role in history, as you know. The second, tracing ideological and historical construction of translation and its correlation with traditional gender constructions. The third one is the translation of gendered language, ethically and technically, and lastly, the practice of feminist translation and criticism. There are, of course, different interpretations that relate children's literature and the concepts of gender and feminism. Briefly, feminist children's literature is a literature for children informed by a feminist perspective. McDowell defines it as a newborn literature for free children, whereas Trites claims that a protagonist who is empowered regardless of gender and overcomes patriarchal oppression. Okay, this slide is explaining some details about feminist reading of children's literature, as Handegül Demirhan states. The first and foremost, the need to address conventional gender stereotypes, the need for feminist adaptations, subversions, and retellings, as told before, the need to develop new forms of language, new voices and subjectivities, the need to break taboos on such topics as women's sexuality and gender-based violence, the need for feminist pedagogy in children's literature and its translation. If it is okay so far, I would like to detail how this literature review directed the method of the study. The book Morris Micklewhite and the Tangerine Dress, written by Christine Baldacchino, was compared with its translation Morris Micklewhite ve Turuncu Elbise by Deniz Özülke, translated into Turkish in 2018. Handegül Demirhan's itemization of several critical issues just before mentioned, and the topics with Vinay and Darbelnet's strategies are utilized for a feminist reading of children's literature in order to compare the text qualitatively. So let's see the first table, table 2. As you see, gender-based concepts are mostly utilized in this part, likes, attitudes, and habits. As you can see the examples, first example, Morris likes the dress up center and the tangerine dress. Morris likes the color of the dress. It reminds him of tigers, the sun, and his mother's hair. He likes the noises the dress makes, swish, swish when he walks and crinkle, crinkle, crinkle when he sits down. He takes turns wearing all the different shoes, but his most favorite ones go click, click, click across the floor. Based on these discourses in the table 2, the child reader can question the dilemma between a boy and his interest in dress, relate the story to her or his own life, or learn to respect the preferences of others or emulate the protagonist of the story. By taking into consideration all these effects or results, the translator has to determine her or his strategies, of course. In regard to a translator who needs to act on the ideology of the publishing house, it's possible to claim that the translator of Morris Micklewhite and the Tangerine Dress was faithful to the intention of the original author and the contextual meaning of the source text. When examining the table 2 in general, it's understood that in all the examples, the translator transfers the message into the target language, practicing strategy of literal translation. Thanks to the source text oriented translation, gender-based concepts have been brought to Turkish literature, and as Handegül Demirhan stated, the translation responds to the need to develop new form of language, new voices and subjectivity. Let's see the table 3 detailing social emotional difficulties which Maurice Micklewhite faces. Sometimes the boy make fun of Maurice, sometimes the girls do too. Maurice pretends he can't hear the words over the swish, 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 crinkle, 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 and click, click, click. On Monday, Becky tried to pull the dress right off his back. You can't wear it, you're a boy. And in Turkish, it's exactly the same. Onu giyemezsin, sen bir oğlansın. As you understand, it's completely transferred to the target text. On Tuesday, blah blah blah, astronauts don't wear dresses. Astronotlar elbise giymez. The meaning is completely the same. You can't wear it. You are a boy. Astronauts don't wear dresses. We don't want you to turn us into girls. All those sentences were translated as they were to break taboos on such topics as gender-based violence. Other comparison examples, actually, in general, in the article are almost identical to the examples in Table 2 and Table 3, as you saw. Because of the time limitation, I wanted to explain the work with a few salient examples. So I want to conclude this study. Regarding the translation analysis, the target text is analyzed through the strategical necessities and strategies of Binay and Darwin. According to Handegel Demirhan stated, feminist reading of children's literature has revealed several topics. It analyzes how the ideology represented by Christine Baldacchino through Maurice Micklewhite and the Tangerine Dress constructs a new voice in the target language to encourage the sense of independence and self-reliance in terms of gender. Regarding the first research question, you will remember, the target text seems almost identical to the source text in linguistic, stylistic, and ideological content. There is no manipulation or blur textual element in the narration. The target text presents new forms of language, new voices and subjectivity by breaking taboos. The second research question is directly related to the translation strategy. Considering the content and the ideology, the source text was translated into Turkish language without any changes. In other words, the text of the source book, of course, simultaneously with its pictures, while conveyed to the culturally sensitive child reader as it is. This study reached to a conclusion that translators mostly utilize literal translation method. This paper aims to contribute to the translation of children's literature through the lenses of gender studies. And I want to add some notes on future directions. This paper actually has been prepared in a limited time without any participants. It could be enlarged also with young participants in a quantitative method. This book or similar illustrated works could be read to young participants, and eye tracking techniques could be used while their focus is on the illustrations. Also, this paper is possible to be expanded intertextually. On the other hand, the habitus of the book can be studied from the sociological perspective by interviewing with the author and its translation in different languages. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your lecture. Unfortunately, we are very late, so I don't think we can leave space to discussion. I thank you very much for being here for your presentation, Fatma. Ringrazio voi che siete stati qui e quando ci rivediamo, we see. There is oh wow! C'è un'altra sessione, quindi lascio la parola a... Ok, allora ci fermiamo.
Right. We're very late, so I'll be speaking very fast, and so I will also ask our speakers in this section here to run as fast as possible. It is my pleasure now to introduce Emanuela Mendola from the University of Ferrara. She will be speaking about women's rights terminology on the web, official and unofficial sources. Let me introduce her, at least a few key terms. Emanuela is a research fellow at the University of Ferrara. Her main fields of interest are LSP, terminology, multimodality, and AVT, audiovisual translation. She was awarded her master's degree in LSP at the University of Naples, Orientale, of course. And then she moved to, to continue her interest in such specialized terminology discourse in her PhD research work at the University of Naples, Partenope. She wrote a dissertation on the popularization of specialized terminologies in entertainment products. And out of that came a book, which was out, I think, was published, which is entitled Popularizing Specialized Terminologies, Legal Terminology in TV Series, a corpus-driven analysis on Suits, which is, of course, a very brilliant and beautiful series. She's currently working on the popularization of, again, specialized terminologies through social media and the audiovisual translation in animated movies. She cooperates with the Terminology Coordination Unit of the European Parliament in the context of a project, or a series of projects, which are entitled Your Term More, Your Term Fern, and Your Term Food, which is very promising. So please, Emanuela. Absolutely. It's a bit difficult to lay the arm.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, first of all, many thanks, and thank you for being here. Now? I'm too tall, you know. Okay, can you hear me now? Perfect. Okay, as you can see from the title of my presentation, today I'm going to speak about women's rights terminology on the web, and the increasing sensibility to gender and politically correct discourse in recent years has resulted in the dissemination of specific terms related to women's rights and gender issues, which is why I'm going to briefly introduce the terminology framework behind my analysis before going deeper into the investigation of the terminology used on two highly reliable websites focused on women's rights terminology and gender issues. The terminology analysis was concluding by comparing the results with this first part of analysis with a non-institutional or non-governmental resource that I'm going to mention before going to my conclusion. My presentation today is part of a broader study on women-related terminology, and the aim of this paper is to discuss the development of women's rights discourse from a terminology perspective. And to do that, I selected the official websites of two national organizations, which are the European Institute for Gender Equality and the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, which was founded in 2010. They both include gender-related glossaries. In the second part of my analysis, the official website of the NGO Amnesty International was then investigated to verify the validity of the terms identified in the two glossaries. This comparative perspective is intended to have a more comprehensive overview on the use of women's rights terminology, identifying differences and commonalities between such resources. Far from discussing the already debated terminology about sex, sexuality, identities, this work is centered on a more extensive terminology related to such macro concepts. So, for example, violence, social inequalities, social media representation of women. And this is how such field is introduced on the webpage of Terminology Without Borders, which is an initiative realized by the Terminology Coordination Unit of the European Parliament, TermCourt, which is aimed at improving terminology databases for the European Commission, like, for example, IATE. I don't know if you know it, but it's a highly reliable database, in order to support translators' work. Such initiative includes 10 subdomains, as you can see, among them FEM, which is the domain dealing with women's related terminology. The main goals of this project are that of identifying relevant terminology units in the given domains and improving such terminology by identifying the equivalents for each European language. This is a new project started in 2019, and what caught my attention was the fact that women's terminology was deemed relevant enough to be included in the list of such specialized subdomains. Considering that these domains are selected on the basis of communicative needs shown in European directives, normatives, so the need to make interlinguistic communication effective. Well, before going on with my presentation, let me give you just some insights on how I use terminology theories to conduct my study. Terminology is usually associated to LSP, and according to Sager, the lexicon of special languages is their most obvious distinguishing characteristic, with terminological units which are, and I quote, conventional symbols that represent the concepts defined with a particular field of knowledge, end of quote. Okay. As the object of my analysis was that of investigating women's related terms, my work was mainly focused on terminology as vocabulary of a given field and the relationship between terms and concepts. The investigation of the relationship between concepts and terms was conducted considering the idea of monoreferentiality, which is characteristic of terminology, and the process of standardization aimed at clarifying the link between objects, concepts, and their terminological representation. So, starting from the idea that the European Parliament is working on the standardization of women's related terminology, as shown by the project FEM, I decided to compare the glossaries of two of the most important official resources that I previously mentioned. So the EIG, the European Institute for Gender Equality Glossary, and the glossary included on the UN Women Organization website. For the final check, I used a page from Amnesty International website. The analysis was mainly aimed at looking at women-related discourse in view of a process of standardization and considering the possibility of including it in the context of specialized domains, or at least subdomains. For this reason, I looked at terms and concepts, concept-term relationship, and the use of such terms in official and less official contexts. So in the next slide, I'm going to show you the main issues identified by looking at the websites of the EIG and the UN Women Organization and Amnesty International. Looking at the European Institute for Gender Equality website, for example, we can notice, I don't know if you can see, but trust me, we can notice that the language used is contaminated by many terms related to gender equality, women's rights, like, for example, gender mainstreaming, gender-based violence, gender equality, so forth. There is also a glossary, which currently includes 424 entries, and it is meant to be available in all European languages, even if it is work in progress, so not all entries are translated in all European languages. They are free access glossary, and there are also other links to further glossaries and resources to support the linguistic research in this field. On the other hand, looking at the UN Women Organization website, we can notice that even though it is also popular in Europe and all over the world, the website is only available in English, French, and Spanish. In the section What We Do, we find articles and issues related to women's leadership and political participation, economic empowerment, violence against women. And in the section Digital Library, we find the glossary gender term, UN Women Online Resources on the Use of Gender Inclusive Languages. The glossary includes 650 entries in Arabic, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. As for the EIG website, there are also other resources links to other resources and gender-related glossaries. Well, in my analysis, I basically looked at the entries of both glossaries from a quantitative and qualitative perspective to identify consistency, mismatches, gaps. But before going on and have a look to the results, it must be pointed out that the EIG glossary is not only limited to women-related terminology, but it also contains terms related to different gender issues, like homophobia, homosexuality, men's studies. On the other hand, the UN Women Organization glossary is more focused on women-related issues, but it also contains many terms which have been used in the context of gender equality discourse, but do not specifically belong to gender and women's related terminology, like, for example, activists, climate change, emergency response. So, disregarding concepts which are related to other gender issues, I decided to focus only on women's issues found in the two glossaries under investigation. The first big difference emerged by comparing the two glossaries was the fact that the first one, and I mean the EIG, provides definition for the given concepts, while the second one only provides the translation in Arabic, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. So it's a different work, it's a different product. From a qualitative perspective, the two glossaries include gender-related terms with a high degree of specialization. As you can see, I reported some of them in the table. And they specifically belong to women-related discourse. But there are also other terms which are used in women-related discourse, but are borrowings from other fields. Like, for example, if we look at high specialized terms, we can find asylum-seeking women and girls, domestic violence, feminization of poverty, sex disaggregated data. If we look at the line other LSP or general language, we can find other terms belonging to general language or other LSP, like the medical field or legal field, which are frequently used in the terminology women rights context, but they do not belong to that specific field. As regard high specialized terms, the UN Women, and you can look at the table, I hope you can see something, I'm not sure about that. There are, the UN Women Organization glossary includes many references to institutions, councils, summits, like Agenda for Gender Equality, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Gender Development Index, and so on. Concerning the overlaps with other fields, it must be said that the terminology included in the two glossaries shows frequent overlaps with the legal field, and this is really important for my conclusion. And we can find, for example, terms like civil society, de facto or gender equality, de jure gender equality, human rights, informal economy, and so forth. Now, let me give you some numbers about the overlaps that I identified. Out of the 114 terms which are included in both glossaries, 90 terms specifically belong to women-related terminology, showing a percentage of roughly 78%. Considering the different sizes of the two glossaries, instead of calculating a normalized percentage, just to be clear, the equivalents were calculated with reference to the EIG corpus. The reason for this choice was the fact that even if this glossary deals with gender issues in general, it is more centered on gender terminology and women's terminology. So unlikely the UN Women glossary, which is more focused on women's discourse and includes too many entries which cannot be defined as belonging to women's terminology. So calculating the percentage in relation to the EIG glossary has made possible to discard a big part of those terms contained in gender term, which are not relevant for this analysis. So, bearing in mind the thematic differences characterizing the two investigated glossaries, the percentage of equivalence also includes those terms which are only partially repeated in both glossaries, in the sense that they are used in associations with other words, and they are partial equivalents, and those concepts which are designed by using different terminology units, so using synonymic forms. Like, for example, abortion, which is included in the UN Women Glossary, also in relation to care, so post-abortion care, safe abortion services, or, for example, forced prostitution, which is which occurs in the UN Women Glossary, but it is designed with a synonymic form, which is forced sexual exploitation, and other examples that you can see on the screen. So what I can say is that in an attempt to achieve standardization and monoreferentiality, those terms showing formal inconsistency should find a compromise which could be maybe obtained by looking at other official or less official sources in order to investigate the use of such terminology, to outline whether a form is more popular than another, or to identify further variants. This is the reason why I decided to verify the validity of the terms, showing a page. Okay, I intended to show a page, but I don't have time, so I just reported the table here. And I analyzed this page on Amnesty International website, which was focused on women's rights, and I found that there were terms included in both glossaries, like, for example, women's rights, domestic violence, sexual violence, forced marriage, intersectionality, gender identity, so different degrees of specialization. Terms which occurred only in one glossary. So, for example, gender-based violence, forced pregnancy, feminism, sexual rape. And there were also terms which didn't occur in the investigated glossaries, like, for example, lack of access to education, legal abortion, political, economic, and social equality, and so forth. So, the investigation of other reliable, even if non-governmental resources could be crucial in view of the possible standardization of women's terminology, in addition to improve the glossaries, which are still a work in progress. To conclude, from the analysis of the two glossaries, it emerged that women's rights terminology mainly includes legal and social issues and references to organization and institutions, with abbreviation, acronyms. The frequent references to the legal field are an important factor to consider when dealing with women-related terminology, as also reported by YATA website, where women's rights are associated to the law field. They are defined as social questions belonging to the law field, and in particular to rights and freedoms, rights of the individual. The legal subdomain, rights and freedoms, is only one of the different subdomains that we can find in the legal field, like, for example, family law, media law, human rights law, and women's rights are usually associated to human rights, as you have seen, as you can see also from the title on Amnesty International webpage. However, the high number of terms related to women's rights could be a good reason to consider women's rights as a different legal subfield. In fact, I do not pretend to treat women's rights as a new specialized domain, but the high number of conceptual equivalents taken from human rights and adapted to women's terminology could justify the identification of a new subdomain, at least. The possibility to consider women's or gender-related rights as a full-fledged law subdomains is also supported by the terminological homogeneity emerged from the analysis of the glossary. It is, however, true that the comparative analysis also showed that, considering the novelty of the field and the constant emerging of new concepts and terms, a certain degree of variability must be taken into account. In this regard, standardization strategies should be applied in order to avoid communicative ineffectiveness and recognize the officiality of women's discourse as a discourse with its own terminology, which is the direction in which the European community is going. So to do that, further studies must be conducted to define women's right, possibly define women's right as a legal subdomain, and improve glossaries and linguistic resources, also considering social, ideological, cultural issues possibly involved in this field. Thank you very much.
She was. Okay. Do we have time for questions now, or do we just wait and see, or do we not have time? Okay, right. And should I leave Julia? No, I mean, it's a Spanish text. Okay. Yeah, but she wrote a bio note in Spanish, so you want me to translate right now? Oh, gosh. Maybe no. Maybe I want you to come. Thank you.
Vale, venga, entonces voy a introducir a Antonia Montes. Antonia Montes es profesora titular en la Universidad de Alicante, donde imparte traducción literaria y lengua alemana. Ha publicado numerosos artículos sobre la traducción publicitaria y también estudia e investiga la circulación y recepción transnacional de la escritura autobiográfica femenina sobre violencia sexual. Le dejo la palabra a Antonia Montes y no sé si tiene también...
pues
¿Tienes un...
Can you hear me?
Point? Sí, sí, se te oye perfectamente. Gracias.
Pues muchas gracias. Thank you very much to the organizers for this magnificent conference and fascinating topics. I'm so sorry not being in Ferrara to share the experience with colleagues and to visit the beautiful city of Ferrara. But in this case, it's not possible. But I'm really happy that you offered the possibility to get to or to participate via Meet, and now I have the opportunity to deliver my presentation. So I share with you my PowerPoint. Can you see it?
Sí, 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 sí. Se ve todo. Gracias.
Well, my presentation is in Spanish. Sorry, it's just much faster to write it and to prepare it. So I switch into Spanish. So, la subtitulación, mi tema es la subtitulación automática de anuncios publicitarios audiovisuales. Es una zona gris, me planteo, es una zona gris para el empoderamiento femenino. El punto de partida que tengo o que me planteo es que tras leer mucha bibliografía en los estudios de publicidad, percibo un cambio de paradigma en los anuncios publicitarios de la industria de belleza. Este cambio de paradigma pretende romper con los estándares de belleza rígidos basados en la narrativa recurrente de la juventud y la delgadez. Pero, a pesar de ello, la belleza femenina está lejos de normalizarse. Véase el concepto creado por Rowling Gill y Lazar, que denominan aesthetic labor, ¿no? Y les presento aquí una cita de Lazar que me parece muy ilustrativa para decir lo que es ese aesthetic labor, y estamos lejos de la normalización de la belleza femenina. Women, as part of doing heterosexual femininity, are expected to undertake seriously aesthetic labor upon their bodies, which involves time, money, skill, effort, physical discomfort, and sometimes even health risks. Tal es así que, por ejemplo, con la pandemia, este aesthetic labor, con la pandemia, la surgery, la cirugía estética ha tenido un auge tremendo. Los publicistas, a su vez, recurren a estrategias publicitarias más interseccionales y auténticas al retratar el rostro y el cuerpo de la mujer. Esto es una tendencia, ¿eh? Ahora, un poquito a continuación, explicaré lo que se entiende por interseccional y auténtico en la publicidad. Esto viene a denominarse, esta tendencia, este cambio de paradigma, viene a denominarse femvertising, que es feminism plus advertising, y fue acuñado este término en el 2014. Por ello se entiende una estrategia publicitaria basada en fomentar el empoderamiento de la belleza femenina con mensajes publicitarios en pro de la diversidad del cuerpo femenino. Estos anuncios publicitarios audiovisuales se distribuyen en YouTube y son de alcance global. Esta plataforma digital, por excelencia para la visualización de material audiovisual, la convierte en la segunda más visitada mundialmente después de Google. YouTube puede llegar a unos 2.500 millones de personas, quiere decir un 32% de la población mundial, pero creo que eso es poco. Creo que YouTube hoy en día, por lo menos al 50 o al 70% de la población llega, pero estos son las estadísticas oficiales que encontré. El 46% de los usuarios de YouTube son mujeres. Por tanto, me formulo la siguiente hipótesis de trabajo. Los anuncios femvertising representan un género publicitario audiovisual que requiere unas destrezas de transcreación que engloben un enfoque feminista, y más cuando se distribuyen por YouTube, que tiene un alcance transnacional. ¿Cuáles son los objetivos de este estudio que quiero presentar? Es explorar el alcance de la subtitulación automática en una plataforma como es YouTube. Nos planteamos como hilo conductor cuestiones como ¿qué sucede con este tipo de anuncios en la subtitulación automática? ¿Puede la traducción feminista y de género contribuir a mejorar la subtitulación automática en cuestión de empoderamiento femenino? Y para ello quiero una cita del 2003 de Fairclough que me parece muy ilustrativa. Prolonged experience of advertising and other commercial texts contributes to shaping people's identities as consumers or their gender identities. Con lo cual, la exposición a los spots publicitarios, a la publicidad, y en especial a la publicidad de femvertising en un medio como YouTube, creo que contribuye a formar, a forjar las identidades de género considerablemente. Por ello, creo que merece muy muy en especial el estudio. ¿Qué vamos a ver en esta presentación? Pues qué es el Femvertising y cómo contribuye al empoderamiento, nuevas tendencias en la publicidad de la cosmética, como es la inclusión, el Love Your Body Discourse, publicidad que va contra el body shaming y en favor de la edad femenina. En segundo lugar, la subtitulación automática en YouTube, hablaré de ello. Luego haré como una comparación entre la traducción feminista y de género versus la traducción automática. Y luego las conclusiones, consecuencias para el activismo del empoderamiento femenino a través de la traducción. ¿Qué es el Femvertising? Se define como advertising mainly addressed to women that exhibits qualities of empowering and equality. Transmite un rol social de la mujer menos estereotipado, o pretende transmitir menos estereotipado, así como una imagen mucho más inclusiva y auténtica del cuerpo femenino. De esta manera, la estrategia publicitaria del Femvertising clearly breaks with the type of female portrayals typically found in advertising. Hay 5 variables para que un anuncio o una campaña publicitaria se considere Femvertising. El primero es la utilización de la diversidad. Esto quiere decir cómo las mujeres y el cuerpo femenino son representados acerca de su edad, talla corporal y origen étnico. La idea es que la consumidora se identifique lo máximo posible con los modelos que aparecen en la publicidad. Por ello deben aparecer diversos modelos de mujer. En segundo lugar, o como segundo postulado, los mensajes expresamente a favor de la mujer. Por ello se entiende que los mensajes que transmite la campaña publicitaria deben transmitir sentimientos de afirmación, confianza y motivación. Por tanto, deben ser empowering, inspirational and inclusive. Pero veremos también que estos mensajes de afirmación, confianza, motivación, también pueden en sí encerrar alguna peligrosidad para la feminidad. La tercera variable es la ruptura de estereotipos o mandatos de género. Por ello se entiende que las mujeres deben ser representadas en escenarios que tienen que alejarse de los estereotipos tradicionales, como el retrato como ama de casa o como esposa y o madre. Las mujeres deben ser retratadas en un entorno competitivo, realizando una actividad de ocio, ejerciendo una profesión o en un ambiente más bien neutro, pero no en ambientes tradicionales. Minimización de la sexualidad. Se debe minimizar a lo máximo la exposición de la sexualidad femenina, en especial la que atrae la mirada masculina habitual en el sexismo publicitario. Por ello, el Femvertising, cito textualmente, is very rarely over the top with cleavage, makeup or unrealistic sexual poses. El quinto postulado es la representación auténtica de las mujeres. La autenticidad se debe percibir a todos los niveles, como la representación del talento de la mujer, el producto, el escenario, la ambientación y el estilo del anuncio. El anuncio se debe percibir como real y no como algo imaginario. Acordemos que estos son unos postulados que propone esta autora. Algunos postulados los veo algo problemáticos, que ya he realizado otros estudios sobre ello. Entonces, para concretar más el Femvertising en lo que es la industria de la belleza, podemos decir que el Femvertising va en contra de los ideales de belleza inalcanzables y unas formas y medidas corporales poco realistas. Y va a favor de un concepto de belleza que ya no potencia una piel que tiene que luchar contra los signos de la edad o un cuerpo con unas medidas perfectas, sino valores interiores como la personalidad, la bondad, la experiencia, la sabiduría, entre otras tantas virtudes que poseen las mujeres. Hay nuevas tendencias, os quiero dar unos ejemplos sobre el Femvertising. Aquí tenemos la inclusión de diferentes etnias. Tenemos la inclusión de la edad. Aquí tenemos a Joan Didion como musa para la marca Celine. Tenemos el discurso Love Your Body, pues que transmite pues, que la mujer es única. Aquí tenemos una publicidad de Shiseido que dice, por ejemplo, cada uno de nosotras es un ser repetibles, somos bellezas únicas, inevitables, genuinas. Son demostraciones de vida que hablan de nuestro recorrido, siempre ensalzando lo que es la figura de la mujer, la personalidad de la mujer, la feminidad de la mujer. Aquí tenemos una publicidad de L'Oréal mostrando la diversidad de la figura femenina, de la inclusión, de la autenticidad. Vemos pues mujeres embarazadas, aquí no se ve, pero en el spot se puede apreciar una mujer en silla de ruedas. Vemos diferentes tamaños corporales, vemos diferentes background culturales. Bien, ahora lo que nos debemos plantear es si el femvertising es el nuevo activismo feminista de masas o simplemente commodity feminism. El efecto que causa el femvertising es que más mujeres sientan que llegan a cumplirlos, porque ya no son tan rígidos y tan dañinos, sino están más acordes a la belleza natural de cada mujer. Promueve que todas las mujeres pueden ser bellas a pesar de tener un cuerpo que no se ajuste a los rígidos estándares de belleza y lanza el mensaje de que la belleza del cuerpo femenino es diversa, pero también transmite que la belleza basada en la diversidad se consigue a través de la adquisición de los productos de la marca, sin duda. Contribuye a fomentar el activismo feminista o más bien se apropia del discurso feminista para potenciar e incitar al consumo de la marca. En este último sentido, se identifica con el commodity feminism, en el que feminist ideals simply become another way to brand or position a product. Pasamos a fijarnos ahora en la subtitulación automática de estos spots publicitarios, porque los spots publicitarios que os he mostrado los he obtenido en YouTube. El cometido de nuestro estudio consiste en analizar cómo se traslada el discurso de empoderamiento femenino en la subtitulación automática en el medio de YouTube. El análisis crítico de la subtitulación automática generada sobre contenidos publicitarios de femvertising es una labor indispensable debido al alcance transnacional que tiene YouTube y su importante papel en la responsabilidad social relacionada con la circulación de mensajes en pro de la imagen de la mujer. Voy a explicaros muy brevemente, porque no quiero que esto sea una presentación de cómo se funciona con YouTube, porque eso seguramente que lo sabéis. Para que aparezcan los subtítulos, primeramente hay que activar los subtítulos intralingüísticos en inglés. Seguidamente sale la opción traducir automáticamente y al pinchar se despliegan los idiomas en los que se pueden generar subtítulos. En este sentido, se trata de closed subtitles que no forman parte del anuncio y las y los espectadores y espectadoras pueden activar y desactivar los subtítulos las veces que quieran y elegir los subtítulos de los idiomas disponibles. Este es parte del caso de estudio que quiero presentar, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos aquí los subtítulos, tenemos que activarlos, activamos el inglés y luego se nos despliegan todos estos idiomas. Y en YouTube podemos, se nos despliega una subtitulación interlingüística con dos modalidades. La primera es un inglés natural y la segunda es un inglés generado automáticamente. El inglés natural me da la sensación que son traductores, subtituladores profesionales. ¿Por qué? porque existe una perfecta sincronía entre lo que dicen los protagonistas y lo que aparece en los subtítulos. Hay una corrección lingüística sin que se produzcan omisiones o reducciones. Estoy hablando de spots publicitarios y el spot concretamente que he analizado yo. Respeto a la ortotipografía que corresponde al uso habitual, teniendo en cuenta mayúsculas al principio de cada subtítulo y signos de puntuación. El inglés natural también proporciona una subtitulación interlingüística mucho más correcta desde un punto de vista lingüístico y con menos desajustes sincrónicos entre diálogo y subtítulo. El inglés generado automáticamente está basado en el reconocimiento de voz, que es una especie de transcripción fonética. Se producen algunos errores lingüísticos, asimismo se producen omisiones y reducciones en el diálogo. En cuanto a la ortotipografía, ni se utilizan mayúsculas al principio de cada subtítulo ni signos de puntuación. Los subtítulos salen como un scroll subtitling y se producen obviamente errores lingüísticos, reducciones y omisiones. El spot, el ejemplo, el estudio de caso que yo he utilizado es el spot publicitario de Advanced Genifique de la marca Lancôme, que seguramente lo conozcáis. No voy a pincharlo, no sé cómo vamos de tiempo para verlo, pero bueno, no voy a pincharlo para no robar más tiempo, pero salen, como ya veis, salen falta otra, sale Kate Winslet, Lupita Nyong'o y Penélope Cruz como embajadoras de la marca. La campaña se caracteriza por su interseccionalidad en cuanto a la edad y al origen étnico. Vemos que Kate Winslet es la actriz más veterana y la otra actriz que es Lily Connor es una actriz veinteañera. Y tenemos en medio Lupita Nyong'o, que es de la treintena. Entonces tenemos mujeres de la veintena, de la treintena y de los 40. No tenemos más edad. La estrategia publicitaria de este spot es atribuir al concepto de belleza rasgos más reales, destacando los valores interiores femeninos y ensalzando la diversidad de las mujeres. El empoderamiento femenino consiste en presentar la edad como un atributo positivo y dejar atrás la narrativa de la eterna juventud. El eslogan de estos anuncios es Love Your Age, pero acordémonos que los 40 son los nuevos 30 de la mujer de hoy en día. Con lo cual faltan, yo creo, la edad de los 50, incluso de los 60, porque hoy en día las mujeres somos eternas, ya no tenemos edad. Transmitir que la mujer es guapa a cualquier edad, al mismo tiempo se sugiere que el producto es un gran aliado para conseguir que la mujer se pueda olvidar de estar pendiente de su edad y concentrarse en sus otras múltiples facetas, ya que el producto se ocupa de que la mujer luzca guapa a cualquier edad. Las 4 actrices representan diversos valores de empoderamiento, su belleza transmite elegancia, naturalidad, magnetismo, etc. Poseen talento, cosechan éxitos, tienen premios cinematográficos. Vemos que las 3 actrices, Kate Winslet, Penélope Cruz y Lupita Nyong'o, son oscarizadas, confían en sí mismas porque sienten seguridad en sí mismas, con lo cual para ellas el paso del tiempo no supone ningún problema porque lo han logrado todo en la vida. ¿Cómo se construye el discurso en el Femvertising? En este spot se parte de la pregunta retórica "What makes a woman feel beautiful?" Y esta pregunta es pronunciada por cada actriz. Y la respuesta es, de las diferentes actrices, "It's an unstoppable energy. It's about her presence. It's a freshness. It's an elegance. A je ne sais quoi. A youthful aura." También las entonaciones son importantes. La mujer, el spot publicitario nos transmite que la mujer se encuentra en una posición de poder respecto a su belleza y es agente de cómo quiere vivir su propia belleza. Es una especie de power, de transformar activamente una apariencia negativa, disculpe, en una positiva, ya que no depende de sí, de cumplir unos estándares de belleza, perdón, sino que el cambio viene determinado por trabajar la belleza a través de su interior. Entonces, el sentirse bella se convierte en un ejercicio psicológico. Claro que en ello hay algo que encierra un peligro, porque, y cito textualmente, while the messages may seem positive, urging women to love their bodies is simply a different form of regulation of women, demanding them to control their beliefs through psychic regulation. Esto es el spot. He hecho una tabla, vemos que tenemos la subtitulación en modalidad del inglés natural y del inglés generado automáticamente. Esto es el texto original y también lo he comparado con la subtitulación profesional. No quiero entrar en detalle, fíjense, el inglés generado automáticamente, que es el reconocimiento de voz, por ejemplo, el francés no lo reconoce, a youthful aura tampoco lo reconoce. Y, por ejemplo, it's an elegance lo pone como armas de Helena, lo descodifica como armas de Helena. Paso a la valoración del subtitulado automático. Claro está que el mensaje publicitario de empoderamiento femenino debe ser trasladado en la subtitulación interlingüística generada automáticamente. Debe ser trasladado de la cultura globalizada que se expresa a través del inglés mediante una plataforma de alcance transnacional a una cultura parcialmente global, ya que el español se habla en 20 países en Estados Unidos, teniendo en cuenta que la plataforma YouTube en la subtitulación al español no distingue por países de habla hispana, a pesar de que cada país posee su idiosincrasia. Por eso, por ejemplo, en español peninsular se nos hace rara el adjetivo hermosa, ¿no? Y también bella en el español peninsular sería guapa. El análisis comparativo nos muestra que se aplica sobre todo como técnica traslativa la traducción literal. Claro está que la subtitulación interlingüística generada automáticamente en YouTube no logra transmitir el mensaje de empoderamiento femenino como debería ser, como pretende el anuncio publicitario audiovisual original, ¿no? No es que esto sea un resultado trascendental, porque más o menos eso ya era la hipótesis inicial, pero de ello se pueden deducir varias otras reflexiones y conclusiones, ¿no? Debido a la automaticidad del subtitulado, la traducción audiovisual feminista y de género poco puede contribuir, ya que es por naturaleza intervencionista con el fin de paliar la asimetría que se produce en la representación discursiva de los géneros e impedir que viajen de un entorno cultural a otro. Los anuncios audiovisuales de empoderamiento femenino deben ser poseditados por traductores y traductoras y traductores profesionales. Esto es una reivindicación con conciencia feminista y de género, justamente para que en el mensaje de empoderamiento y en la imagen en pro de la mujer no se pierdan los matices en el proceso de recepción en las múltiples culturas metas a las que llega la subtitulación de YouTube. En la subtitulación profesional es primordial que la o el traductor, traductora, sea consciente de la carga ideológica de cada palabra y de cada expresión que conforman un anuncio femvertising.
Antonia, ¿me oyes? Lo
Sí.
siento, tenemos que terminar, así que un minuto y tenemos que terminar.
Vale.
Todo el tiempo,
Bueno,
lo siento.
Vale, muy bien. Bueno, es muy largo, disculpa. Bueno, pues qué conclusión primera acerca de la subtitulación automática y traducción feminista y de género. Bueno, que requieren la investigación en los estudios, este Femvertising requiere la investigación en los estudios de traducción feminista y de género. Hay que adoptar un engendered acercamiento a la subtitulación transcreativa de este tipo de anuncios. Es de suma importancia que estos anuncios tengan una traducción feminista por el alcance de YouTube. Luego, desde un punto de vista discursivo, pues ese discurso se tiene que interpretar correctamente para que no sea peligroso, ese esfuerzo psicológico y mental que requieren los anuncios originales y nada, que es una gran responsabilidad social para YouTube ofrecer una buena traducción, una traducción acertada en cuanto al empoderamiento femenino y que YouTube se perfila como una plataforma óptima para impulsar este cometido a nivel transnacional. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. Questions? Preguntas, tenemos poco tiempo, no? We don't have much time, so a couple of questions, okay? Sí, Luisa.
Okay, thank you. Both of the presenters, I have a question for Emanuela. You spoke about standardization in your presentation, and I was asking myself, which are the possible strategies of standardization for the usage of the terms you put in the tables, and also possibly which could be the consequences of that standardization in terms of social aspects. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for these questions. First of all, I stand up. About standardization, what I can say is that I selected two formal contexts. I mean, I selected two official governmental resources, so they are reliable, both the EIG glossary and the UN Women Organization glossary. So the compromise could be found by looking at other resources. So this is the reason why I looked at a page from Amnesty International, because it is difficult to choose between two official forms. And they are taken from directives, normatives, so they are actually used in a formal context, in institutional context. So I think that a good strategy could be that of looking at different sources, institutional, formal, informal sources, in order to understand which forms are used, how frequently they are used, and all these issues. As regards the benefits of standardization, if you only think about social media, for example, which was supposed to be a part of my presentation, but I didn't have enough time, you can find many terms that sometimes refer to the same concept, but they are not standardized. So communication could be ineffective. So the main objective of standardization is that of making communication effective and efficient. So this is the reason why probably standardization could be a great thing for women's rights terminology. Thank you. I hope I have answered your question, and thank you for your question.
Other questions? ¿Otras preguntas? No? Okay. Okay. Well, I think we can close. Okay. Perfect. Then we see here at 3. Okay. Nos vemos a las 3 aquí, ¿vale? Hasta ahora. Y muchísimas gracias, Antonia, por tu presentación y bueno,
Muchas gracias.
Tener que...
Muchas gracias a ti. Muchas gracias a vosotros.
Adiós. Muchísimas gracias.
Greetings to Ferrara. Muchas adiós.
Eccomi qua, forse non arriva, mi sa che devo usare quello poi. Sì, faccio prima. Sì. Okay, so we begin. I'm very happy to chair this session because there are two friends in this session and another scholar that I don't know, it would be nice to meet, of course, even if virtually. So the first colleague is Bruna Mancini from the University of Calabria, that I know since a very long time. Yes, so I'm very happy you're here, and I'm very happy that you will be dealing with the next colloquium, and you will talk about that tomorrow. So Bruna Mancini is Professor of English Literature at the University of Calabria, and she has quite different research interests, some of which are quite correlated to feminist and gender studies, but also to media studies. So she has done a lot of research on space and literature, cinema and literature, English theater, 18th century women writers, monstrosity and the fantastic. And just to, let's say, to quote a few of her publication, Millennium Ballad, Spaces of the Fantastic, edited with David Punter and published by Routledge. Spazi del femminile nelle letterature e culture di lingua inglese fra Settecento e Ottocento e Declinazioni del fantastico, la prospettiva critica di Romolo Runcini e l'opera di Edgar Allan Poe. Citiamo il tuo maestro. Okay, so today Bruna is talking about translating into Italian Charlotte Perkins Gilman Herland.
Okay, thank you. I'm very glad to be here. Obviously, I met so many friends again, and I'm very glad for that. Okay, let's start because we have not much time. 20 minutes. I know that. Okay. Charlotte Perkins Gilman has been defined the most original feminist of the United States of America, and in 1993 was named the 6th most influential woman of the 20th century. Nonetheless, her reputation declined in the years before her death, and after she dropped out of the public consciousness for several decades. Women and Economics, a study of the economic relation between men and women as a factor in social evolution, was her first book and gave her a great notoriety. It was translated into 7 languages, and Gilman was immediately hailed as the leading intellectual in the women's movement. In fact, her book resonates deeply with today's continuing debate about gender difference and inequality. Starting from her own experience, Gilman wrote a true treatise concerning the economy of gender, in which she prefigured that the one and only necessary revolution would have been the freedom of women from the prison of the domestic sphere and their success in the public sphere. As we know, at the time, the suffragette movement was determined to obtain the right to vote for women. Charlotte recognized the importance of such an essential right of citizenship, but she deemed it insufficient. For her, it was extremely important for the female involvement into the labor market, as well as into the organization of society, and the refusal of the so-called natural gender division of roles. Moreover, she perfectly foresaw that many physical disturbances associated with femininity, such as hysteria, that in 19th century was considered the woman's disease, were the dramatic result of male supremacy and the following imprisonment and subjection of women in the domestic sphere. In this sense, I recall the extraordinary The Yellow Wallpaper, another book she wrote. Ireland was published in 1915. The First World War had begun the year before, and is a female, feminist, maternal utopia. Gilman's ideal world is an isolated society composed entirely of women who reproduced by parthenogenesis through the force of a, quote, supreme desire of maternity, unquote. Hence, this tale rewrites the origin myths of the female society, as well as the stereotypes and gender roles of the heteropatriarchal society. In this utopic land, there is not any untouchable distinction between the public and the private spheres anymore. Every activity is realized through cooperation. There are mothers, but no families. Friendship and sisterhood are essential values, together with education, the prevention of conflicts, and the perpetual search for the improvement of their life conditions. Therefore, in this utopia where there is no space for man, women are civilized, wise, logical, athletic, sensitive, pacific, fearless. The power they exercise is away from being an instrument of dominion. After all the women of Ireland derived from one family, all descended from one mother. This is a quotation. This mother was Queen Priestess, mother of them all. The three men who come to know about this land of women during an expedition, Terry Nicholson, Jeff Margrave, and Van Dyck Jennings, who is the narrator, see Feminisia, as Terry, the most chauvinist, calls it, a, quote, mighty, lucky piece of land. Everything is beautiful, orderly, clean, perfectly looked after by extraordinary wonder women or ultra women or new women who seem to recall the myth of the Amazons, but also the new ideal of femininity that emerged in the late 19th century that challenged conventional gender roles, expressing autonomy and individuality. The first description of the Irelanders is expressed by the narrator, Van Dyck, a sociologist like Gilman herself, who is open to understand new ways of living. Quote, they all wore short hair, some few inches at most, some curly, some not, all light and clean and fresh looking, end quote. Their garments are simply in the extreme and absolutely uncomfortable. Quote, there was a one-piece cotton undergarment, thin and soft, that reached over the knees and shoulders, something like the one-piece pajamas some fellows wear, and a kind of a half-hose that came up to just under the knee and stayed there, half elastic tops of their own and covered the edges of the first. Then there was a thicker variety of union suit of varying weights and somehow studied material. Then there were tunics, knee-length, and some long robes, end quote. As these women, who represent alterity par excellence, are constantly compared with the idea of femininity belonging to the society the three male characters come from, they clearly appear as going beyond any defined notion of gender. As a matter of fact, at their arrival, the three friends mistake the young girls they meet for boys. And this kind of comparison appears more than once during the narration. Thus, as there are no men, Irelanders do not follow the traditional patriarchal idea of femininity, showing that gender is a social construction. Obviously, also utopian society, the three men are experiencing and studying because they stay there in order to study their behaviors and their, their way of living is compared to the one they come from, just like in every utopian society, every utopian text. And this comparison is not at all flattering for them. As Van, the narrator, observes, quote, as I learned more and more to appreciate what these women had accomplished, the less proud I was of what we, with all our manhood, had done. You see, they had had no wars. They had had no kings and no priests and no aristocracies. They were sisters, and as they grew together, not by competition, but by united action, end quote. Now, as for the question of translation of this text, I have analyzed 3 different publications. The first Italian translation by Angela Campana was published in 1980 by La Tartaruga. As you can see, the name of the translator does not appear neither on the book covers nor in the frontispiece. The title is translated Terra di Lei, stinging together the words like in the English version. The narration is preceded by the translation of an introduction signed by Annie J. Lane and written in 1978. The second translation by Anna Scacchi was published in 2011 by Donzelli in the series Saggi Essays. The title of the volume is La Terra delle Donne, Herland e altri racconti, 1891-1916, because it gathers together the translation of Terra di Lei and the selection of 11 short stories and essays by Gilman herself. Before the translation, there is a preface by Vittoria Franco, an historian of philosophy, entitled Una donna alla ricerca della libertà, A Woman Looking for Freedom, followed by another introduction on Gilman by Anna Scacchi, entitled Una donna vittoriana a Utopia, A Victorian Woman in Utopia. Anna Scacchi, translator and essayist, is a renowned expert in American studies at the University of Padua and wrote a lot on Gilman. I know that. We are friends. I like her translation. In fact, her translation is very meticulous and pushed me to think a lot of the many difficulties on translating into Italian. For example, when, as in this case, a female translator converts her source text written by an American feminist writer like Gilman into Italian, using the masculine plural as a neutral inclusive form for groups that include exclusively female people, it is clear that she's trying to present the narrator's point of view. That is a patriarchal one, even if his character, and I am referring to Van Dyck Jennings, the narrator, of course, is clearly very receptive to the new world he is describing. I want to add that Anna Scacchi wrote about the first translation by Angela Campana, lamenting that one of the most uncanny passages of the text, from the point of view of a feminist genealogy, does not appear in the publication, and this is the missing sentence. There was literally no one on this beautiful high garden land but a bunch of hysterical girls and some older slave women. It is from chapter 5, the 5th chapter. Here, the narrator, Van, is reporting in his own words the history of her land and how it became a place without men. And this is the translation by Anna Scacchi. Non c'era rimasto letteralmente più nessuno in questo paradiso di montagna se non un gruppo di ragazze isteriche e alcune schiave più anziane. The other translation we can see on the slide is taken from the third Italian version of the text I'm going to talk about, or simply outline because we have time. Non c'era letteralmente nessuno in questa località di montagna con bei giardini, ma solo un gruppo di ragazze isteriche e alcune donne schiave più anziane. Okay, the third translation we have read is Terra di Lei. As you can see, all the words of the title are fused together again, by Franco Venturi with parallel text. was published in 2015 by La Vita Felice. Franco Venturi, who died in 1994, had been defined the most famous historian, internationally known, of the second part of the 20th century. His introduction is very simple, 12 pages, yet brilliant. As for the translation, obviously I will analyze 3 of them carefully in the written version of this lecture. Anyway, personally, I prefer Angela Stacchi's translation that I find more elegant. Moreover, in her translation, I recognize a deeper knowledge of all the texts written by Gilman, in addition to her awareness that, and I quote from Stacchi, Gilman's aim is to transform the world, and literature is one of her means. Rather, one of the most important ones, thanks to its ability to transform the abstract ideas into flesh, to produce new possible plots for the lives of the readers, to free women from the narrative traps that confine their being into the world. You find the Italian version, the original version on the slide. Well, obviously, also a translation could be a narrative trap if the translator does aim at contributing to free his readers from the chains of preconceived notions and ideals, and to encourage them to reconsider both past and present realities. In addition, Gilman's writing represents such a powerful act of agency for women, and is characterized by both a humorous and satirical vein that the translator should not fail to recreate in her or his own language, without counting that incidentally also translating a forgotten and metaphorically silenced text because of the gender of the author is a cultural empowering act. Now, there is no doubt in my point of view on the question of the translator as the author of the target text, as well as on his or her visibility in it. Every translation choice declares his or her presence. So I want to conclude my lecture today showing how these choices reveal themselves into the target text, creating a different impression, a rendering of the text, of the source text, and also revealing sometimes undeclared references to previous translations. This is the original text by Gilman. Never anywhere before had I seen women of precisely this quality. Fishwives and market women might show similar strength, but it was coarse and heavy. These were merely athletic, light, and powerful. College professors, teachers, writers, many women showed similar intelligence, but often wore a strained, nervous look. Knows why? And while these were as calm as cows for all their evident intellect. We observed pretty closely just then, for all of us felt that it was a crucial moment. The leader gave some word of command and beckoned us on, and the surrounding mass moved a step nearer. Now I will try to read all the other translations, the 3 translations. The first one is by Angela Campana, and this is how she translates the text. Non avevo mai visto donne così. Avevo visto pescivendole, venditrici ambulanti, con quella forza fisica, ma erano poi donne corpulente e sgraziate, mentre queste erano semplicemente atletiche, vigorose e leggere. E avevo visto scrittrici, professoresse d'università, con quella luce di intelligenza nello sguardo, ma avevano poi spesso facce tirate ansiose, mentre queste erano serene, placide come la luna. Le spiavamo molto attenti anche noi in quei momenti cruciali e poi la capobanda diede un ordine e ci fece segno di muoversi e allora tutte quanti attorno a noi avanzarono d'un passo. And now the translation by Anna Scott. Mai prima di allora avevo visto donne del genere. Le pescivendole e le venditrici dei mercati a volte mostrano una forza fisica simile, ma di un tipo volgare e rude. Loro erano semplicemente atletiche, agili e vigorose. Molte donne, professoresse universitarie, insegnanti, scrittrici, hanno un aspetto altrettanto intelligente, ma è spesso accompagnato da uno sguardo affaticato e nervoso. Loro invece, anche se erano chiaramente dotate di un intelletto vivace, sembravano placide come giummente al pascolo. Le osservammo attentamente a quel punto perché avevamo tutti la sensazione che si trattasse di un argomento cruciale. La donna che era a capo del gruppo pronunciò delle parole con un tono di comando e ci fece cenno di proseguire mentre la massa che ci circondava si fece più vicina. Obviously, this is the translation I prefer for a lot of reasons, obviously. And the last one is the translation by Franco Venturi, and if I read it, I think you will recognize something. Non avevo mai visto donne così. Avevo visto pescivendole e venditrici ambulanti con quella forza fisica, ma erano poi donne corpulente e sgraziate, mentre queste erano semplicemente atletiche, vigorose e leggere. E avevo visto scrittrici, professoresse d'università con quella luce di intelligenza nello sguardo, ma avevano poi spesso facce tirate ansiose, mentre queste erano serene, placide come la luna. Le spiavamo molto attenti anche noi in quei momenti cruciali, e poi la capobanda diede un ordine e ci fece segno di muoversi e allora tutte quanti attorno a noi avanzarono di un passo. And here I want to stop telling that Franco Venturi doesn't say or write that he's a translator. He edited the text, but you know, this translation is very similar to the Angela Campana's, obviously very similar, also for some misunderstandings, because you know, venditrici ambulanti is not what it is very strange to be translated, because you know, the real term is market women, and Anna Scacchi translated it rightly because it's le venditrici dei mercati, obviously. So just to tell you that you know, the translator is the author of the text, and even if he doesn't say it, he expresses what he does not, and how he prepares himself or herself for the translation, as Professor Sant'Emilia said this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruna. I think you can move here because then we will have the question, and I will ask Professor Serena Baiesi from the University of Bologna. Do you have a PowerPoint, Serena? Okay. Meanwhile, I introduce you. Okay, so Serena Baiesi is Associate Professor of English Literature at the University of Bologna, where she teaches British Romanticism. Actually, she is the director of the Center, of Romanticism. I've just been there, so I'm sure about it. And she is also the coordinator of the PhD program in Gender and Women's Studies, EGIS. And her research interests and publication are related to romantic poetry, Letitia Elizabeth London, A Metrical Romance, The Adventures of a Literary Genius. Then she wrote about political writing, Gothic literature, romantic theater and drama, and Jane Austen, actually. I know Serena for Jane Austen, I must say, most of all. She has edited several volumes: Gothic Metamorphoses Across the Century, Romantic Dialectics, Culture, Gender and Theatres, and 2 issues of the journal La Questione Romantica on colonialism and imperialism and on the language of romanticism. Now, today, she's presenting a paper on, well, I'll tell the title: I Will Not Allow Books to Prove Anything, Irony, Gender and Sexuality in Italian Translation of Austen Persuasion. I was expecting.
Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you very much. I'm very Thank you for your generous introduction. Very happy to be included in this section among friends, as you said. And I will talk today about Jane Austen because, as you know, is a global icon, and Austen continues to challenge and simultaneously meet the requirement of a diversified public, encouraging new interpretation, translation, and critical readings of her works. The incessant appropriation of Austen's writing through translation offers the possibility to reinterpret its original signifiers through new reflection on personal and gender relations, as well as social interactions. In my presentation today, I would firstly discuss how Jane Austen is not to be considered a conservative writer, as a reception have portrayed her for a long time, and accordingly the translations of her works. I would instead present this international author inside the tradition of the subversive literary criticism. This approach would prove useful in considering how new readings of Austen's are difficult to translate, since they highlight the great challenge to grasp the real meaning of her irony and parody concealed into an apparently easy language through the means of a very complex narrative technique. As textual example of the difficulty of mediating Austen's ambiguity, I would refer to her last novel's Persuasion, which allows many interesting interpretations in terms of gender issues, female sexuality, and social mobility. As Italian translation, I would refer especially to recent publication discussing with you some examples, not only comparing textual quotes, but also through the meanings conveyed by the covers, first of all, and some of the paratextual materials included in the publication, meaning prefaces, introduction, notes, and afterwards. Specifically, I would consider the latest edition by Einaudi, which includes a not recent translation by Maria Luisa Castellani Agosti, the book by Burrisoli dated 2018 with the translation by Giulietta Cardore Cattaneo, and finally Feltrinelli's volume republished in 2021 with a translation by Maria Baiocchi and Anna Tagliavini. Before commenting some translation and the paratextual materials in some details, I would like to stress the fact that in presenting these editions, we must consider that a number of new critical studies are constantly published on Jane Austen from different critical perspectives at international level, together with film adaptations, sequel, prequel, popular events, journals and magazine articles, and so on and so forth. By consequence, the editorial phenomenon of Jane Austen is difficult to comprise in 20 minutes first, and then to underpin and encompass, especially when we consider the vast panorama of a reception, adaptation, and translations. And notwithstanding such massive scrutiny and popularity of this author, it is interesting to know that The Guardian entitled its tribute to Austen for the bicentenary of her birth as follows: Jane Austen at 2000, still a friend and a stranger. After 200 years and more, readers as well as critics, translators, and followers, we can say, still debate, propose, and support very different interpretation of Austen's life and legacy. So the first question that comes to our mind is, and this is the question I always introduce to my students in class, who is the real Jane Austen? And I've got several depictions, because from the portrait we can see that all the critics do not agree
agree how to depict her. And this is an issue that pertains to life, and writing can easily apply to a portrait as example to how the author could be materialized and translated in several different ways. The debate on how to represent and mediate Austen in portrait is a pertinent, successful metaphor of the bigger question about the never-ending literary interpretation and non-stop translations. Several images have been long associated with Austen, from more realistic, that is, the sketches by Cassandra, these are original portraits that were made at their time, to a more Victoria refined version of Jane Austen. So several images have been long associated with Austen, from more realistic, the one by Cassandra, to other modified version that change over times, such are the translation as we know. So now we are not actually sure how she really looked like, or we should say, we presumably know how she looked like because these are the, historical evidence, but we prefer a revised version of the author. So this is what is the new modern version of Jane Austen that we all like, and also this is the one more refined, face, new body shape, new kind attitude, and more inviting. And it's interesting because this is the version used by Mondadori for Meridiani that is just been published now as a new, let's say, not new translations, actually, to be honest, new introduction, a new edition by the Meridiani. And so the entire reception history of Jane Austen authorship demonstrated this dichotomy. Was she a sharp satirist attacking certain aspects of her society and challenging gender boundaries with a feminist perspective? Or was she a mild, harmless commentator of the quiet English village life? And as acknowledging in a special issue that I edited that you mentioned of textual on the bicentenary, I'm more, a kind of subversive reader. I'm, approving the subversive line of interpretation, critical interpretations, even though we know that in Austen studies, we've got really a large panorama or how to read her, how to interpret her. And these are just some examples of the different aspects of Austen studies, from psychoanalytical studies, the constructionist, feminist, formalist, queer studies, new critical, historicist, really is a very large panorama. I've chosen here as a more feminist point of view because we've got quite interesting works on the feminist perspective, and also to how to read Austen as dealing with naughty erotic topics, and also how she used the pen in a very, metaphorical way to follow Gilbert and Gubar's idea, etc. So what about Italy? So as for Italy, as asserted by Massimiliano Morini, that is a colleague of ours, a scholar, in the early 21st century, the idea that Jane Austen is an ironic writer seems to have been accepted in Italy, as it is in the English-speaking world. But analyzing the Italian translation, Italian readers have at their disposal translations which have been pruned of much of the irony. In these conditions and the context of the wider Austen industry, it is certainly the figure of the author as an offensive spinster, draw delicate portraits of the society that will continue to have the upper hand. So let's see together if it is true with precision involved. So we can easily start with a very short panorama of the cover that you saw. So the first example is a female portrait by William Powell, that is an English painter specializing in genre subject. But you see, you've got the Victorian version in here. Look at the dress that recalls, the famous American adaptation, The First Pride and Prejudice. This is not a Regency costume. This is a Victorian style. So again,
Victorian reception of Jane Austen is prevailing. Look at the second. The second is a painting dating 19th century and is very provocative, evoking all the passion and sexuality of the scene, together also with the prevailing role of the male seducer that is taking, you know, the woman. And this recalls another famous painting by Francesco Aines, Il Bacio. Or even it could be a portrait of a vampire story, I don't know if you agree, of the 19th century. The third example is a bit more challenging and daring. This is a photograph, it's not a painting, so another media. And but this is a photograph of a country house that was made by the British architect Robert Adams, who lived during Austen times. So the media is changed, but the time is right. This is a Regency palace, and probably the one that Austen knew well and probably visited. So in a way, Feltrinelli seems to suggest a new critical perspective to this novel, asking to open up a palace, because we know the persuasion is not just dealing with feelings and passion, but is dealing with money, with, you know, class system, is dealing with social status. And again, probably Feltrinelli with the cover is suggesting something interesting. Let's see about the paratextual material. With the Enaudi, we have an introduction by Roberto Bertinetti, followed by a very short bibliography. So Bertinetti, as we know, Roberto Bertinetti has a good competence of the subject, but sometimes it's still a bit traditional. Can I say everything in here? Yeah, it's a bit traditional. However, he acknowledges in several occasions, you can read maybe the quotes, that Austen can be read from a revolutionary perspective today. He said, lucidissima rivoluzionaria, so in a way is ci appare oggi ancora viva e rivoluzionaria, e lotta con noi, potremmo aggiungere, una silenziosa rivoluzione in ambito domestico, eccetera. What about Ristoli? Ristoli's edition of an introductory essay and translation by Virginia Woolf from the Common Reader. Less expensive choice, I don't know, because if you had Virginia Woolf as a prefatory material, you just had the translation, but be aware that reading Virginia Woolf is reading a piece of literature. You cannot just considering Virginia Woolf as a critical introduction. Yeah. You have to analyze Virginia Woolf. She was a writer, she admired Austen very much. She is very keen in observing all the elements, the narrative technique, the ambiguity, the influence of the comedy. But as I said, Virginia Woolf is not comparable to a contemporary critical approaches. Last, Feltrinelli. Feltrinelli have an afterword by Sara Poldarelli, an appendix with a suppressed chapter. And actually, to be honest, Feltrinelli is the only edition who mentions the fact that there are chapters that have been deleted and rewritten by Jane Austen, and a short bibliography. But Paul Edrelli, that is a nice scholar, but on comparative studies, she's using Woolf comments on Austen, but displacing the context, and so using these pettegolezzo, I think, to match, because if we are talking about Jane Austen biography, we are not doing gossip, we are doing literary study. And so she's reluctant also to acknowledge the subversive side of the author, even though she mentioned the subversiveness in a very oblique way. As you see, recentemente sono state adotte nuove accattivanti ipotesi, it's more like a slogan than a literary essay, che ridimensionano l'aspetto istituzionale della sua eticità a favore di una sublimale o coperta etica autonoma, in certi versi subversive. And she also mentioned some feminist tradition, but also with, femminismo conservatore, misuratissima ironia. So in a way, she's a bit reluctant to admit at the end that Austen is more complex than appears. So let's turn to our attention to persuasion. I've got many minutes.
5, okay. Persuasion is Austen's last completed novel and is a story of loss and regeneration, as we know. And it differs from her previous works in terms of context and content. It is a wartime narrative, and the plot is based on a story about losing one loves, youth at home, as well as experiencing the loss of a parent, a fiancé, the possibility of happiness in the future. So we know the plot, it's the focus of the relation between personal struggles and life in a social community. Austen novels intervenes in wider political and social debate. What about human body and female sexuality? They are quite recurrent in Persuasion. I've got some examples about female sexuality is expressed, but we can judge if it's well translated into Italian, because from the very first episode in which Wentworth, the captain, the lover, is mentioned, Anne, the protagonist, is a most attentive listener, but must leave the room soon after the conversation is over to recompose herself, to seek comfort, to cool air, and refresh from her flushed cheek. This flushed cheek have been translated, you know, to ricercare aria fresca per il ristoro delle sue guance ardenti, guance infuocate, volto in fiamme. So far so good. I think that the body reaction has been translated in a way. And following the story, the protagonist later on is described by Jane Austen as electrified. And this is strong in English to describe the protagonist, 19th century young lady, as electrified just because she is next to the man he loves. And so in the English version, well, she was quite easy on the head and consequently full of strength and courage till for a moment electrified by Mrs. Crawford suddenly saying. And so we've got here in the 3 translation, one blushing, ecco, scossa elettrica. The first one, scossa elettrica, so in a way this electrifying is represented, but then scossa, that maybe are taking away a bit of the electric shock that Jane Austen was mentioning. Again, we have this blushing that I'm not stopping because there is not time, but blushing is something that is constant for the Austen heroine, especially when a man is nearby. And we've got this blushing with the l'età dei rossori, l'età di arrossire, l'età dei rossori. So again, we've got something that represents the consequences of the human body. Final scene that I have to comment very in a hurry is when there is the scene when Anne is they are during a walking. Anne is encouraged to enter into a carriage because she seems to be fatigued, and so is Wentworth that assists her to climb to enter into the carriage. And in the English version, we've got the reaction of this lady who has been in a way pushed into the carriage by the hands of the male. So yes, he had done it. She was in the carriage and felt that he had placed her there, that his will and his hands had done it. This is interesting. You see the powerful, the force, the physical intrusion of the man into the female body. And you see the translation, l'aiutò tranquillamente, l'aiutò a sistemarsi, maybe is a bit too mild. La obbligò quietemente, a bit in between, e poi in silenzio l'aiutò a salire. But actually, again, probably is too mild again, but it's quite interesting also the way that sì, lo aveva fatto, ecco fatto, done it. If there is time, we can comment about this post-touching that is recalling some other scenes more strong, there is no violence in here, but there is the intrusion of a man. And it's interesting because if you watch the film adaptation, you can see that there is the scene where he's actually lifting her from the bottom
Again, this is quite interesting from a feminist perspective. What about gender role that really I conclude? This is the pivotal sentence that I included in my title, the fact that Anne is not agreeing with Captain Harwell when he said that women are more inconstant than men in love. And I ever opened a book, it said in my life, which had not something to say about women's inconstancies, tradotto as incostanza femminile, incostanza delle donne, volubilità femminile. And she said that yes, if you please, no reference to examples in book, because men have had every advantage in us in telling their own story. Education has been theirs in so much higher a degree. The pen has been in their hands. I will not allow books to prove anything. We can easily discuss about the feminist perspective. We can read such a sentence that is being translated. La penna è in mani maschili, non posso ammettere come buone le citazioni tratte dai libri. Maybe too phrasal. You see, I see the reaction of your face about the translation. Raccontare la loro storia, hanno avuto la possibilità di usare la penna. Maybe a bit too mild, maybe. Raccontare la loro storia, la penna è sempre stata nelle loro mani, non permetterò che i libri dimostrino niente. Probably the third one is the most effective nowadays. So to conclude, we've got also Mrs. Croft that is talking with his brother and say that Mrs. Croft is the new woman, since you mentioned the new woman in Austen times, the one that she spent with her husband many years living in ships, in war ships. And so she is very happy about the choice that she did, because she said that women are rational creatures. And this is very an open reference to whom? To Mary Wollstonecraft, with the vindication of the right of woman, that she said, allow me to treat you as rational creature. And this is interesting because Jane Austen is reminding us of Wollstonecraft. So dame aristocratiche, creature raziocinanti, grandame, creature ragionevoli, damigelle schizzinose, creature razionali. These are all the dichotomies. So really, in conclusion, Jane Austen's attitude to society and gender role is very straightforward, as we saw, and almost radical, especially in Persuasion. The last novel, no judgment and no pressure. And this more radical social argument is combined with an equally reformist defense of women's potential, and sometimes is difficult to translate. Even though translation allows the mediation of Austen meanings, it is still problematic to fully recognize her radical alleged ideas. As introductory essay could be a good guide to Austen's complex style and meaning, but it's not always available in modern editions. I haven't read Liliana Rampello's For Meridiani yet, so we can have another example coming soon. At the same time, a subversive reading of Austen irony allows limitless interpretation and endless reformulation that cannot be encompassed on one single translation. And every time that we read or reread a novel, we often find something new to consider or an ironic attitude we missed in the previous scrutiny. Since there is a constant necessity to assess the new critical approaches to Austen through the years, we also require a constant revision of translation strategies, which must be regularly updated and compared in order to try to fully interpret and understand such a complex and challenging author. Thank you.
I love Jane Austen, and now even more.
Thank you.
¿En inglese? ¿En inglese?
No,
no, in spagnolo. No?
Vabbè,
adesso chiediamo.
Grazie Serena, dopo adesso controlliamo se era online prima. Perché ho tutto in spagnolo, pensavo parlasse in spagnolo.
Ah, ok, qua. Eccola. Ah, va bene. Ah, è vero, è in inglese la bio, però tutto il resto è in spagnolo e quindi va bene, avevo chiamato Giulia Giorgi, ma a questo punto la presento in inglese. Allora, Sabrina Solange Ferrero is a public translator by the Universidad Nacional de La Plata and an English teacher by the Instituto Superior del Profesorado de Rio Grande. She has been teaching at the Facultad de Lenguas, Universidad Nacional del Comahue, since 2014, where she is currently an associate professor of interpreting. As a researcher, she is a member of the project Traducción, vedi che mi fai parlare in spagnolo, Subjetividad di Género. In April 2021, she was awarded a grant by the Consejo Nacional de Investigaciones Científicas y Técnicas. Basta, non leggo altro. Era metà in inglese, metà no. Ok. Allora, il titolo è in spagnolo, ma va bene. Autotraducción y legitimación de bonetos de autora come marca de género. El caso de la instapoeta Rupi Kaur. The floor is yours, Sabrina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I can say hello at least in English, so that I can answer questions in English. I prepared my presentation in Spanish, but I am honored to be part of this session with these enormous researchers and professors. So I will share my screen. Please let me know if you see what I'm sharing. Just a minute. I will stop seeing you now that I share my screen. So let me know if it's working, please.
See, we see it, yes.
Perfect, thank you so much. And I will turn to Spanish now, sorry, because I prepared the presentation in Spanish, so, but I can go about with questions in English as you prefer. Bueno, mi trabajo se enmarca en mis estudios doctorales de investigación, donde estoy trabajando con la instapoeta Rupi Kaur, centrándome en su trabajo de autotraducción, que no es autotraducción interlingüística, sino entre medios y entre modos, y multimodal. En este caso particular, me interesa brevemente pensar su trabajo desde una proyección de autora con marca de género, como dice el título de la presentación, pero siempre pensando en la autotraducción, ese pasaje de medios, en el caso de Rupi Kaur, del Instagram al poemario en papel, Milk and Honey, sirve como puente para legitimar esa imagen de autora con marca de género. Y brevemente esto es lo que vamos a ver en la presentación. Entonces, esta es Rupi Kaur, quizás algunos la conozcan, ella nació en el año 92, nació en Punjab, pero a los 3 años y medio, 4 años, se fue a vivir con toda su familia a Toronto, donde siguió sus estudios de grado, tiene estudios de grado en arte, dibujo y fotografía sobre todo, no tiene formación formal en poesía, aunque es a lo que se dedica. Sí ha hecho cursos de escritura creativa, pero no tiene una formación universitaria en eso. Su primera publicación, y como veremos a continuación, tiene un espacio, ha creado una imagen muy importante y una impronta muy fuerte en Instagram como instapoeta. Sus obras publicadas en papel hasta el día de la fecha son Milk and Honey, en 2015, The Sun and Her Flowers, en 2017, Homebody, en 2020, y ya confirmó que está en proceso de escritura de su cuarto libro. No confirmó que sea un poemario, pero ya está confirmada. Y nosotros nos vamos a ocupar, en este caso, de Milk and Honey, del proceso de creación de Milk and Honey, su primer poemario en papel. Como dijimos, Este es su perfil de Instagram. Ella tiene una imagen actual. Este es su perfil de Instagram ayer. Lo busqué lo más actual posible. Así es como construye su imagen en la red social Instagram, donde tiene, como vemos, 4.5 millones de seguidores al día de hoy. Para estudiar su obra, vamos a poner en relación diferentes nociones teóricas, comenzando por la autotraducción, y como queremos ver esa imagen de autora que proyecta a partir de la autotraducción de Instagram al papel, vamos a concentrarnos en el ethos, ¿no? en nociones en torno al ethos y autoría, claramente, pero siempre pensando en la autotraducción desde la multimodalidad y la intermedialidad. Por eso nos resultan tan importantes estos 4 ejes de estudio. Breve mención sobre cada uno. ¿Qué es la autotraducción? The term self-translation can refer to either the process of translating one's own writings into another language or the product of such undertaking. En este caso, lo vemos en términos más operativos, pero, como dice Grutman, hay muchas cuestiones de interés en torno a la autotraducción. ¿Qué pasa cuando la autotraducción surge en paralelo a ese primer texto, cuando se publican de manera simultánea? ¿Qué pasa cuando la autotraducción es una semi-autotraducción, diría Da Silva, una traducción de labor colectiva? Y lo que nos interesa, sobre todo para pensar en la voz detrás o la imagen detrás de esos textos, es ¿qué pensamos sobre la autotraducción? ¿Es labor traductora o es labor autoral? En nuestro caso vamos a seguir las ideas de Spoturno, quien considera que cuando hay una autotraducción hay una reelaboración, está tomando palabras de Amosí, reelaboración de la imagen autoral, con lo cual el discurso autotraducido es discurso autoral. Bien, brevemente sobre la noción de ethos. El ethos será esa imagen que proyecta el locutor en el discurso, y que, como dijimos, Spoturno va a retomar de Amosí para hablar sobre la especificidad de la autotraducción. Pero en este caso vamos a ahondar en la imagen de autor, de autora, que es lo que queramos pensar, ¿no? Aprovecho el momento para hacer la salvedad de que los masculinos genéricos se deben a que los conceptos están acuñados de esa manera, y aunque yo intente ser lo más inclusiva, menos sexista que pueda, hay algunas nociones que están acuñadas en masculino genérico, como imagen de autor. Entonces, de acuerdo con Amosí, esta imagen se proyecta en el discurso literario, pero también en discursos externos, propios y ajenos, en entrevistas, en críticas, etc. Y Mengueno, si bien no usa los mismos términos, sigue una idea similar en pensar en que también la imagen de autor se proyecta en 2 zonas. Hay 2 zonas de activación de esa imagen. La del texto en sí, el discurso literario, diríamos sí, y la del actor, es decir, el espacio donde negocia cómo se va a configurar su obra, en qué trayectoria se va a insertar, y también cómo se va a mostrar esa autora en público, si hará entrevistas o no, si tendrá presencia en redes sociales o no, etc. Bien, entonces, para pensar la imagen de autora, queremos básicamente interrogarnos, seguir los interrogantes de Pérez Fondevila y Torres Francés, que se preguntan si el género es algo que va a calificar al creador cultural o no, si va a determinar la lectura y la producción de esos textos. ¿Por qué cuando se habla de autoría se piensa siempre en masculino? ¿Y de qué forma quizás las teorías feministas y las mujeres creadoras de literatura pueden empezar a responder estos interrogantes? Ellas consideran que las contribuciones que puede hacer esta nueva idea, hacerse estas preguntas, es que se empiece a escribir y a traducir para difundir estas propuestas sobre estudios autoriales que salgan de la norma del autor con mayúscula y en masculino. Con lo cual, a nosotras, en este caso puntual del trabajo de hoy, nos interesa pensar en el género como una categoría de análisis productiva que nos permita generar diálogos entre reflexiones sobre la autoría y reflexiones de los estudios feministas. En el caso puntual de nuestro trabajo aquí, como estamos hablando de autotraducción, vamos a pensar sobre la base de la traducción en las ideas que proponen Castro Ergun y Castro Coturno en cuanto a la traductología feminista transnacional. Pensar en la posibilidad de la traducción como espacio que crea alianzas transfronterizas, que multiplica voces, que desafía esquemas establecidos, esquemas patriarcales. Entonces, desde allí y desde la noción de interseccionalidad, es decir, de saber que una mujer, pero también es cis o no, pero también es pobre o no, pero también tiene una formación universitaria o no, todas estas capas que hacen a la subjetividad serán claves para estudiar los textos o las traducciones y las estrategias de traducción para la traductología feminista transnacional. Como dijimos, los textos de Picor son textos multimodales, con lo cual no podemos evitar pensar la autotraducción por fuera de lo interlingüístico, es decir, vamos a pensar en los modos que se ponen en vinculación. En el caso de lo que vamos a ver hoy, son modos verbales y visuales. Visuales no solamente de las imágenes y los dibujos que acompañan los poemas, sino también debido a la gráfica, el diseño gráfico de los textos y cómo se presentan, tanto en Instagram como en papel. Y el trabajo que presento hoy, que está en desarrollo, es el estudio del pasaje de un medio a otro, es decir, esos espacios materiales que permiten poner en acción esos modos, ¿no? Y en el caso de Picor vamos a pensar desde Instagram, la plataforma Instagram en Internet, a el poemario Milk and Honey en papel. Sí, lo que pensamos como hipótesis posible y preliminar es que la traducción intermedial que produce el texto Milk and Honey, queda plasmado, se ve ahí un retrabajo de Letos que legitima a Rupi Kaur como una autora feminista, una poeta feminista, en el ámbito por fuera de las redes sociales, en el espacio literario, en el campo literario. Entonces, primero vamos a hablar del texto como traducción intermedial, vamos a tomar las categorías de Menguinó, entonces hablamos desde la zona del texto, y vamos a ver su primera publicación en Instagram, es esta, no es su primera publicación en Instagram, perdón, es su segundo poema publicado en Instagram, que es el primero que yo reconozco que ha sido traducido al papel, que es este. Como vemos, el poema es largo, es un poema como muy de una tradición muy clásica, que se vuelve otra cosa en Milk and Honey, en el papel, ¿sí? Hay cambios sutiles que la muestran más sexual, más mujer que se permite otras cosas, digamos, otras formas de decir, pero son sutiles esos cambios. Lo que se ve que cambia es que se toman distintas estrofas para crear diferentes poemas. Por ejemplo, acá, yo creo que llegan a leer, me avisan si no, están en inglés y se ve, se construyen poemas más accesibles a las generaciones, podríamos decir, actuales, que se mueven en Instagram o que se mueven en las redes sociales. Entonces, estos tres primeras estrofas se convierten en tres poemas distintos que aparecen de manera consecutiva en el poemario y que siguen la estructura de Instagram, imagen, texto, se intercalan, ¿no? El poema aquí está sin imagen, el poema aquí está con imagen. Otro ejemplo, que ya podríamos mencionarlo como una traducción intralingüística, hay cambios más puntuales que la muestran, podríamos decir, con una marca de género más queer, incluso se podría decir, no tan heteronormativa. Es, por ejemplo, el cambio del pronombre his, aquí, en este poema, en el que se habla de olvidar a un amante, a un ex, podríamos decir. Aquí se transforma en their, con lo cual se pierde la marca normativa de género masculino. También se eliminan algunas de los elementos de la lista, que quizás podrían pensarse más superficiales para construir una lista un tanto más constructiva, ¿no?, de la autoestima, de la autovaloración. Y también se elimina la imposición de aprender a estar sola, considerando que la pareja es lo que nos completa, y volviéndolo una idea de, bueno, en algún momento vamos a estar mejor, ¿no?, de superación. Stop crying at some point. En algún momento se va a lograr, ¿sí? Entonces, el masculino pasa a ser un inclusivo, unas resoluciones superficiales como mirar una película se vuelven construcciones de autoestima y de autovaloración, y la idea de soportar desde la individualidad se construye en superar desde lo colectivo, ¿no?, como mujeres. Este último ejemplo también muestra la idea de lo colectivo. Este poema está publicado por el Día de la Madre en 2014 en Instagram. Cuando se vuelca al papel, se vuelca a una lucha colectiva, se transforma en un nuevo colectivo. Un poema dedicado a la madre se transforma en un poema dedicado a las hermanas, pero a todas nuestras hermanas, desde un espacio de sororidad. También en lo gráfico es muy claro, en la multiplicación de flores, ¿no? Y lo interesante aquí es que este poema vuelve a publicarse en Instagram, luego de la publicación en papel de Milk and Honey, se democratiza, se lleva más allá del poemario, con nuevas intervenciones, por ejemplo, con esos emojis de distintas mujeres rodeadas de flores. En cuanto al exterior del texto, en la zona del actor, diría Menguenó, podemos pensar que Milk and Honey ha tenido un recorrido muy interesante. Desde la primera publicación autogestiva de fines de 2014, se publica en Andrew Macmillan en 2015, se vuelve una sensación con 165 semanas en la lista de bestsellers de New York Times, y Rupi Kaur se vuelve un fenómeno mundial, con más de 8 millones de libros vendidos, y ha sido traducida a más de 42 lenguas. Estas son algunas de las menciones en los medios sobre Rupi Kaur, sobre su espacio como feminista. Me apuro porque sé que ya pasaron los 20 minutos, así que voy a llegar a las conclusiones rápidamente. Entonces, a partir de las lecturas que compartimos y del estudio de la recepción de Rupi Kaur, podemos pensarla como una poeta con marca de género que se construye por medio de la traducción intermedial del Instagram al poema. ¿Por qué? Porque se muestra desde un espacio de interseccionalidad. Algo interesante de ver, que lo pasé por alto, es cómo irrumpe la lengua punjabí en su forma de escribir los poemas. Brevemente voy a volver para mostrárselos, pero rapidísimo. Porque no hay marcas, no hay puntuación, no hay mayúsculas, ni siquiera tiene mayúsculas nunca. Eso es su influencia del punjabí en su lengua. Entonces, esa interseccionalidad no solamente está en la imagen que proyecta ella como mujer en sus formas de vestir y demás, sino en cómo se invade también su escritura. También la idea de democratización la hace sorora, la hace feminista. Los textos se publican en papel, pero después vuelven a Instagram para ser compartidos para todas aquellas personas que no pueden acceder a un libro publicado, a un libro en papel. Y el alcance de Rupi Kaur, como vimos en los medios, está constituida su imagen como un referente activista y feminista, hoy por hoy. Sin embargo, y esto aquí continúan mis estudios, hay riesgos en cuanto a su imagen, porque se ha masificado demasiado, podríamos decir, casi como producto de mercado. Entonces, queda todavía la duda de si realmente continúa siendo un espacio interseccional democrático, o sea, su imagen continúa siendo la imagen de una autora interseccional que democratiza y que se proyecta como activista y compañera y sorora. Estos riesgos, digamos, constituyen mis próximos pasos en la investigación para saber si esta tesis se refutará o no se refutará en un futuro. Estas son algunas de las referencias. Thank you very much. I hope I did make it with the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabrina. Well, you talked 2 minutes less, so you were really, really good because we are very late. So thank you very much. Okay, so any question for one or two or three of the paper? Natasha. No, da quello sì, se vuoi, per quelli che stanno a casa sì, però se vuoi, se non vuoi venire, però parla tu.
Scusate, sono l'unica non anglista qua, quindi parlerò in italiano. Mi è molto piaciuto questo panel, mi sono anche molto divertita e siete state molto brave a dare degli esempi concreti, mirati, perché pur non conoscendo ad esempio l'opera di Brune, conoscendo bene Jane Austen, ho potuto seguire. E soprattutto lo studio su Jane Austen mi ha riconciliato con i tanti studi sul peritesto che secondo me adesso sono abusati e veramente ho detto basta, non ne voglio più sentire parlare. Invece mi è piaciuto così tanto sentire questa presentazione che forse adesso posso rifarci un pensiero. Allora, mi è piaciuto molto il movimento che si è creato sulle copertine, sulle immagini scelte, perché spesso ne parlo con colleghi di storia dell'arte che mi spiegano anche il perché di certe scelte. E invece le faccio una domanda che sempre mi faccio e alla quale non ho mai trovato risposta. Cosa ci danno da leggere? Perché una persona che non ha nessuna esperienza di Jane Austen può scrivere 3 introduzioni? Qual è il gioco che c'è dietro? O meglio, qual è il business che c'è dietro? Grazie.
Sì, e in effetti la risposta bisognerebbe cioè bisogna porla a chi fa il business, che non è sempre facile perché c'è una combinazione di vari fattori, no? Perché i traduttori, poi qui abbiamo anche Marta, che è una studentessa del dottorato di Bologna, che anche lei traduce, però mi dirà se è giusto, i traduttori si concentrano sul testo ma non hanno voce in capitolo, per esempio sul titolo. È interessante anche quello, perché adesso persuasione non c'è grande da dibattere, però in realtà i titoli sono insieme alla copertina la prima cosa e il traduttore non li sceglie la casa editrice, così come l'immagine o il materiale prefatorio. E lì secondo me si fanno c'è un po' una divisione di mercato, perché alcune edizioni tendono a voler avere un target magari di lettori giovani, quindi non sono troppo attenti magari alla filologia del testo, le tecniche narrative, cose un po' più altri invece hanno un target magari di persone che già conoscono l'autrice, quindi vogliono qualcosa di nuovo, perché c'è sempre qualcosa di nuovo da dire, da fare, e quindi è molto interessante perché comunque c'è sempre, nonostante questi testi siano continuamente tradotti sul mercato, non andranno mai esauriti, c'è comunque la necessità di nuove traduzioni. Quello lì è anche interessante, perché sennò badate bene, noi ultimamente anche con Marta ci siamo interrogati molto su Pride and Prejudice, sull'incipit anche, no? Che è famosissimo, che tutti conoscono, che si conosce anche, no? It is a true universal knowledge, no? Che questa realtà universalmente riconosciuta. E la traduzione, anche quelle moderne, hanno sempre un eco di quella di Caprin, che è la primissima, e quindi c'è anche un dialogo molto interessante tra quelle che sono le vecchie traduzioni che lasciano qualcosa, quelle successive che poi lasciano qualcosa che vuol dire che c'è bisogno di ritradurle, ma ormai noi non possiamo far finta di niente quando traduciamo Jane Austen, abbiamo già una folta libreria alle spalle che sono da tenere presente, e quindi anche appunto la cosa interessante è che nessuna ci convince al 100%, siamo sempre alla ricerca di nuove cose, e quindi è interessante perché c'è sempre necessità anche di parlarsi e di confrontarsi, quindi grazie molto della domanda.
Jane Austen scatena sempre delle emozioni.
No, tra l'altro ti misuri con una traduzione di Jane Austen che sembra quasi un testo è un testo a parte, no? E quindi ti misuri con una tradizione che è talmente, almeno per quanto mi riguarda, è talmente densa che sembra che se incidi almeno sull'incipit, ad esempio, di Pride and Prejudice, sembra che sia andata ad intaccare, che ne so, il volto della Gioconda, una cosa di questo tipo, capito? O addirittura ci sono quelli che lo fanno proprio apposta, allora tu per non sembrare quello che la fa apposta, perché ci sono alcuni che no, ti scardinano la traduzione per fare la nuova versione, e allora tu eviti di fare questa cosa, cioè sono esseri umani poi alla fine, no? I traduttori, abbiamo notato, insomma.
Bene, altre domande per gli altri paper? Prego, può scendere? Sì, grazie.
Okay, so I don't speak in Italian, so thank you very much for the panel. It was amazing. And I had a question for Sabrina. Hi, Sabri. I wanted to ask you if you're going to take into account for the reconstruction of the prior ethos, if you're going to take into account the followers' comments on each posted poem, and yeah, that.
Right. Thank you, Marie. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me know. It's a very interesting. I think so, because everyone's just listening and not freaking out. So I think you can't hear me. I am going to, actually, it is a very interesting question, because I am going to take into account all the comments. I don't know if all the comments. Imagine that the corpus is enormous, because she has been posting on Instagram for years now. So there's a lot to study, but I am very interested in considering the comments, not maybe as examples, well, also as examples of prior ethos, but considering them other instances of translation, like retranslation, because sometimes these posts become new posts with new ideas or modifications of the poems, or reinsertion of the poems into a new context, let us say. So it becomes a very democratic, we could say, poetry. So it is very, very interesting to see how these comments recreate and retranslate, of course, these poems, sometimes by introducing new modes, new modalities, new ways of combining modes. So it is a lot, and it is there in the horizon, but it's going to be part of my study. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Well, I must admit that I didn't know anything about this author. So when we read the abstract, we were very interested in listening, actually, to your paper. So thank you very much. Any other question for our speakers? Okay, so I don't want to say it's better, but it is, because otherwise we will be late. So at 5 we are at the Sala dell'Arengolo nel Palazzo Comunale, that is in the main square. So for anybody that doesn't know Ferrara, okay, we go back towards the cathedral, okay, the main square. You will see an arch. You pass through the arch, and on your right, okay, you will see a door that is very ancient, of course, and you will understand that we are there, because we didn't write the address down. Sorry, I realize now. Ok, quindi ci vediamo lì alle 5. Grazie Sabrina. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
È stato bellissimo.
Grazie a voi. Mi sono molto divertita con questo panel, devo dire.